Today, ladies and gentlemen, is a very, very special day. Let's wait for a couple of ones in the chat, because one in the chat means you can hear me. It means you can see me. And after I get a couple of ones in the chat, then I'm gonna explain to you why it's such an important day today. Let's see if the stream is working fine. Give me my studio controls for my stream. Details. Let me see some ones in the chat, guys. We got ones in the chat. Now give me another minute so I can just find my fucking studio control thing for my live stream or whatever. Oh, that's just the stream for the link, or the link for the stream. Guys, today is a day like no other. There it is, my live control room. There we go. Today is a day like no other. As some of you know, and we're gonna be beating this monkey shoulder whiskey today, and after that, we're gonna move over to the Talisker 10-year, okay, because we're drinking. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is a very special day. And there are two reasons for that. The first reason, I wish I got a cigar or a hookah. Maybe I should get one with me. The first reason why today is a very important day is this, okay? Today is Christmas. Today we Catholic Christians celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Now, the Orthodox Christians don't celebrate Christmas today. I don't know about the Protestants, but for us Catholic, Roman Catholics, today is Christmas. Now, I don't want to turn this into some kind of religious sermon over here. I don't want to turn this into a church, okay? But I just want to let you guys know. I just want to remind you guys, since today is Christmas after all, that the idea of Christianity, the idea of Christmas in the media today has been very much morphed into something else. They turned it into something that a lot of people see as something negative, okay? That's what the media is going to try and tell you. That's what the Americans are going to try and tell you. That's kind of what's going on in the world today. I want to remind you guys of one thing, okay? Anybody who tries to shift the idea of Jesus Christ, anybody who turns the idea of Jesus himself into something negative, does not know what they're talking about. Because if you understand what this is about, then you know that the concept of Jesus Christ is purely positive. There's literally nothing negative about it. Jesus Christ was somebody who taught virtues, who spread wisdom. If you follow this person, only good things can come out of it, if you understand it correctly. Don't tell me about the holy wars. Don't talk to me about Catholic priests abusing. I don't want to hear none of that. That's politics, okay? If you understand the idea of Jesus Christ, you will understand that this is something purely positive and nothing negative can come out of it. So anybody who tells you that this is negative, they don't know what they're talking about. I personally guarantee this to you, okay? So now that we got that out of the way, now that you understand what Christmas really is, okay, what it's all about. Today we celebrate this idea of Jesus, which we Christian Catholics take as sort of guidance in our lives, let's say. Now I can talk to you about the second reason why today is a special day. And here we go with the religious debates downstairs already. I will take a minute to acknowledge my Muslim friends here as well, because I know I got a lot of Muslim followers in here. I always acknowledge Muslim holidays, so I hope that my Muslim friends will be able to appreciate me celebrating Christmas and will be able to rejoice in this beautiful day with me, as I do with them in their religious holidays. Now, before we begin talking about the subject of today's stream, which is architectural visualization, which is we're gonna make some fucking houses, we're gonna go to the Mediterranean, we're gonna break the summer a little bit, guys. Let me see my picture. We're gonna break the winter a little bit by getting into some AI summertime. Okay, we're gonna make a scene like this one right here. And the reason for the delay today, guys, is because in the last couple of days, listen, there's no Christmas for Aryan. There's no Christmas for me. You guys are celebrating, guys, and relax. There ain't no Christmas for me this year. There's no Christmas Eve, there's no turkey dinners, none of that for me. For me, this Christmas is just work. Guess what I've been doing? Guess what I've been doing for the past, I don't even know how many days. I haven't even been leaving the house properly. Okay? Nothing I can do about the mic, guys. If the mic is too low, turn up the volume. The reason... Hold on a second, there might be something I can do. Let's see, hold on. I think I can crank up the gain a little bit, which might... Guys, tell me the others, is the mic too low, or we gotta do something, or is it fine? Give me some democracy in the chat. Let's see where we stand. But anyway, listen guys, there's a link in the description of this video, of this live stream. This whole time that I've been away, I've been working on something which you guys, which a lot of you guys have been asking me about. These are some of the most common questions I get asked. Every time I do one of these Q&As, I don't know which of you follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, there's a link below. I got a personal Instagram called Aryan Race, which Reddit loves. And then I got another Instagram, Aryan 3D. On both of those Instagrams, I do Q&As. I ask people questions and I answer their questions. I interact with people. The most common question that I get, people ask me all the time, how the fuck do you get clients as a 3D artist? Lord forgive me, I will try not to cuss on this day, okay? Just on general principle. People are asking me, how do you get clients? How do you make money as a 3D artist? And tomorrow, on the 26th of December, I'm going to release a new book for which there is a link in the description, okay? And this, let me put it up on the screen over here. This is going to teach you everything that you need to know. This is going to answer all your questions about how to get clients as a 3D artist, how to make industry connections, how to get a job at a studio, how to anything related to the subject of getting clients, of making money as a 3D artist, or as any other kind of creative digital professional. Because this book is not written to target 3D artists necessarily, because it's all the same whether you're a 3D artist, a graphic designer, or anything else. That's what this book is going to be all about, okay? Now listen, you guys know that has any of you ever seen me do some sort of a paid sponsorship? I'm not talking about giving shoutouts on Instagram, because I only give shoutouts to my students from the Digitally Enhanced Club. Have you guys ever seen me accept money to promote somebody else's shit? I don't do that, okay? The reason I don't accept money for promoting somebody else's shit is because I don't know who that person is and I don't know what their product is like. The only products I can put my trust in are my own things, okay? I promote my own shit. I don't need to promote anybody else's stuff. I can make my own stuff, which I know is perfectly designed to suit my audience, to give them what they need. This is why I don't do paid sponsorships. I've never done a paid sponsorship. I have no interest in such things. You guys have no idea how many sponsorship offers I get every single... I don't even open them. I don't even click on it. I'm not interested. I'm not going to take some chump change and sell my soul to give you guys something I don't even know what it's all about. If I'm going to sell you something, it's going to be my own product. In fact, I even turned off advertising on these live streams. You guys are still gonna get ads, but I'm not accepting money for those ads, because I told YouTube, don't put ads on my videos, because I want to play music on my stream so I can make a more pleasant vibe here. I don't promote nothing. I had enough of this shit, okay? So I'm gonna talk to you guys about my book, and this is what I'm gonna be offering to you guys, all right? And those of you who purchased my previous ebook, Blender Pro Tips, which is also in the description, you guys now know sort of what to expect from an ebook published by me, all right? That ebook was, everybody absolutely fucking loved it, okay? And this is supposed to be a sort of continuation of that, because the previous ebook that I published, Blender Pro Tips, was designed to teach you guys how to be good at Blender, how to use Blender like a pro, everything you gotta know about Blender, okay? And now that you got the skills, Now we're gonna talk about how you're gonna implement those skills in the real world so you can make some money, so you can become a professional. Because having the skills is not enough, okay? And that's what this is all about. Hold on, there's a button for this. And that's what this is all about, and you can pre-order it now. This is the last day that you can pre-order it, and it's also going to be available for free to everyone who's a member of the Digitally Enhanced Club at the time of the launch. So anybody who's a member today, they're going to get the book for free. So you can also join the Digitally Enhanced Club, which is our school for 3D modeling, for Blender 3D. We're also going to teach you how to monetize, how to use social media and all this shit, how to become a professional. Anyone who's a member at the time of the launch, which is going to be tomorrow, is going to get a copy of this book. And then tomorrow, on top of that, we're going to have a live stream inside the Digitally Enhanced Club where we're going to take a look at this book and we're going to talk about what's inside it and how you can apply this to yourself. I'm also going to answer some questions. I'm going to provide feedback to people's portfolios and all this. So tomorrow there's going to be another live stream inside the Digitally Enhanced Club. If you want to get the ebook, you can click on the link below. Also join the Digitally Enhanced Club because you're going to get the fucking ebook there as well. So, now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about summertime. Guys, tell me where everybody's living at this point in time. Where are you right now in the world? You can tell me in the chat what's going on. Where are you? Then let me turn down the music a little bit. And then you guys are going to hear me better. Here, that should be a little better. Now guys, forgive me for being burnt today. Forgive my energy. Forgive me for having low energy today. I haven't left the house in like 5 days. I haven't went anywhere, maybe the shop, that's it. I haven't even been hitting the gym. Because all I've been doing is sitting on this fucking computer day to night. So I'm burnt. But we're still doing the live stream because the show must go on. The show does not stop, alright? So forgive me. I'll get my energy up when you guys start asking me good questions and you get me upset about something, when you get me talking about some bullshit. But for now, forgive me while I'm sipping on my whiskey and enjoying my Christmas Eve, or my Christmas evening rather. Alright, we got Finland, we got Antarctica, that's bullshit. We got India, Pakistan, the Netherlands, UK, Bulgaria, Czechia, Japan, Algeria. Guys, I'm over here in Warsaw, Poland. Warsaw, Poland, weather is miserable. It's not that bad, to be honest with you, but it's miserable, so that's why we're doing this today. I made a poll asking you guys, should we do summertime Mediterranean or should we do some Christmas luxury? Nobody wants winter time, guys. I think we all had enough. So we're gonna do a little bit of dreaming today. Thomas called it in the house. What kind of music do you listen to? I'll get to your question because I love that fucking question. And today, guys, listen, this is an image which has been generated by artificial intelligence. If you want to know how, I went to canva.com, and you have this tool for generating images, and just type in Mediterranean luxury terrace at a hotel or something, no people. And he pulls up with a bunch of pictures like this, and this is how you can get good ideas for projects that you want to create as a 3D artist, you want to put in your portfolio. I also talked about this shit in the book, so go check it out. Hello Aryan, hope you're doing well. I'm doing absolutely phenomenal. Z-Axis Creations, I hope you're doing good too. Okay. So, here's the problem, guys. Here's the challenge for today. I'm not gonna, guys, cut me some slack. It's Christmas. We're not gonna finish this whole thing today, probably, but as you know, I'll do what I can on this stream. I'll do whatever I feel like doing, and as long as there's good energy in the comments, we're gonna be working on this. And then later, I'm going to finish this artwork, as well as the one from the previous live stream, which I still haven't finished, which I want to post on Instagram. It's gonna be on my Instagram account. There's a link for that below. And also, that's where you can ask me questions. That's where you can talk to me and all this shit. I talk to people. If you got something intelligent to say, I usually like to talk to people there. Aryan, how do you deal with the language barrier? Let's get the ball rolling with the 3D modeling, and then I'm going to start answering some questions. But first, let's make a game plan for this. Where do you find inspiration references? I just told AI, hey, can you generate this beautiful Mediterranean terrace for me? And that's what they did. So today, we're gonna make this, and let's talk about it for a second. You can see that this is AI because some things don't make sense. What is this? Some things are unrealistic, but it's fine. And I already know when I pull up with an artwork like this, when I pull up with a reference like this, there are a couple of things which people are most interested in. Okay, for me personally, on this particular reference, that's the roofing here, and this whole area, and the fucking flowers. and the plants. Because that's going to be no joke to create. But maybe we can download it and we'll figure something out, alright? So here's the game plan for today. Here's what we're going to have to do first. We're going to have to find some sort of, we're going to have to construct the environment, which is going to consist of a plane with some displacement on it, with to make it look like fucking water. And then we're going to put an HDRI around it to put some sky in the background. Maybe we're just going to do this with a plane and some lighting. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. We'll figure it out. The problem with HDRIs is they kind of look like shit if you render them. The resolution looks kind of low, so maybe we'll use an HDRI, or maybe I'll just make a plane with a gradient and some cloud PNGs or whatever. And then we're going to start building something in this environment. Now, what we're going to start with, I don't know yet, but probably something large like the floor. I kind of want to start with the roof here because I feel like that's going to be at least something interesting to work on as opposed to floor. Okay? So that's the game plan. So now, guys, should we use Blender 4.1 or 4.3? I want to do 4.3 because 4.3, let me show you something. 4.3 is different. What we got here? Blender 4.1, guys, this is something that to this day I cannot for the life of me figure out. You know, in Blender, when you press Shift S, it gives you a little menu, snap 3D cursor or whatever, okay? Back in the day when I used Blender 2.7, I don't know what the fuck. Back in the day when I pressed Shift S, it would give me that little pie menu, you know, you can move your mouse up or down, and you know what I'm talking about. Some of you guys know, Thomas Collin definitely knows. But for some reason, I have no idea why, at some point, I could no longer get that type of menu. It was just this. Trust me, guys, don't tell me to add on pie menus. Trust me, I tried everything. Nothing, it just didn't fucking work. I thought for a while that laptops give me this, while computers, PCs give me the other one. Because that seemed to be, I noticed a little pattern, but it made absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. So I figured there's nothing I can do except get used to this type of shitty menu, even though it's a little slower because I can't just boom, boom, boom like I did before. I gotta use the menu. I accepted it as a part of life. It's inconvenient, but whatever. It's not the end of the world. There's people who don't got food to eat. There's people who walk around barefoot, alright? So I can't complain. However, when I got Blender 4.3, everything went away. Blender 4.3. It's got a totally different situation going on with this. And as you can see in Blender 4.3, we got the pie menu back. So that's the only reason I'm going to use Blender 4.3 today. And now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about some questions. Let's visit the chat real quick. Aryan, how do you deal with the language barrier in Poland? Or do you know Polish? I don't know Polish. Polish people don't speak much English. They don't like foreigners too much. Polish people, they're kind of, they don't say hello much. They're not very charismatic in general, like Croatian people tend to be. But I don't know. It's fine. The people that I need to interact with, they speak English, so it's fine for me. I'm used to it. I'm used to living in different countries my whole life, so I'm used to not being able to speak at a very high level to most people around me, because most people don't speak English unless you're in a native English-speaking country. And I don't live in a native-speaking English country, and I never have, and hopefully I never will. How do you get in touch with professionals in a certain niche? Well, check out the new book in the description. And then somebody asked me, why do you make chewing sounds? No offense, but they're kind of annoying to me personally. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the mic. Nobody's ever told me that before, so I guess you gotta deal with it. Do you believe in talent, or do you think it's an excuse to justify someone's success? Talent is like an inherent ability to be good at something. For example, they say this guy is a very talented football player, but that means that he was basically born with an advantage of some sort. Alright, so for example, you can I guess you can have a talent in powerlifting if your body is constructed in a certain way where the leverage just allows you to lift more weight. For example, shorter people need to move the weight for less of a distance, which gives them an advantage over taller people, generally speaking, okay? And this technically qualifies as talent because it's an inherent ability to do something better than other people, alright? Most of the time when people use the word talent, they really just mean this person's really good at something. So I don't really think about it. I don't care. People say I'm talented at this. I don't think about it like that. Either you decide to be good at something, you're gonna be good at it. I probably can't be good at, I don't know, what the fuck. I'm not good at being black. I'm a white guy. Nothing I can do about it. Okay. So I think talent is something that kind of people as you said, probably use it as an excuse a lot of times. I'm not talented. That guy's talented, so I'm not even gonna try. If you want to be good at something, it's a decision that you have to make for yourself, and at the end of the day, that's all it's gonna take. So maybe somebody's gonna have an advantage, but first you got to get your shit together. You got to actually give it a crack, and then you can start talking about, okay, talent is a significant factor here. Are you gonna start with the floor layout first, or do you do furniture? I'm gonna do in the environment first. I don't hate add-ons. I don't hate nobody. I'm a Christian. What are you talking about? I don't have time to hate on anything. I don't use add-ons, but I don't hate them. Okay, look. Let's set up the environment, guys. We need some water first. And guys, oh, we even got screencast keys. How beautiful is that, guys? It's Christmas time. Who's drinking with me on Christmas? We need to make, I want to make the water first and the sky, so I can kind of set the stage and I can get a little bit more comfortable in this environment. All right. Do you think it's worth going to university? It depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to learn something, no. If you just need a piece of paper to allow you to do something, then yeah. Guess what? This fucker right here has all the information humanity has ever produced. Just Google it. You don't need no uni. Unless you're trying to be a doctor or something where you need to. But I'm pretty sure that if you get shot right now, I can just do a little bit of Googling for a little while and watch some tutorials, talk to ChatGPT. I can develop my skills to a level where I can perform really good surgery to get that fucker out of you and stitch you up, and you'll be good to go. Okay? I guarantee you that the internet is capable of supplying me with that information. You just gotta be intelligent enough to take the initiative and find the information that you're looking for. Okay? Okay. Give me, should we do HDRI first? Let's do an HDRI. I think I already got one on my computer for this type of thing, okay? Let me see real quick. Put this picture over here. Let me just browse through my HDRIs. Saved textures. HDRIs, where the fuck? Fuck it, let's go to HDRI Haven. Polyhaven, HDRI Haven. Sky, there we go, guys. Look at this. No, that's autumn. I need summer. Pull up HDRI Haven. Let's get busy. We got this one, but it's cold. I don't want no roads. Here we go. We got some clouds here, but it's partially cloudy, but I think that's kind of cute. This got no clouds. We need some direct sunshine like we have here. It needs to be direct sunshine. So let's do... This is too late. Fuck it. Fuck it. Give me this one over here. Partially cloudy because we're looking at the shadows. And you can look at the shadows. And you can see it's direct sunshine. But it seems a little dark. So give me the other one. Give me this one. This one seems a little brighter. That's cute, isn't it? Alright. Once we got an HDRI, let's put this over here. Now we can do shading. My computer's giving me problems, guys. He doesn't listen to me. When I fucked something up. When I go play a video from VLC, it takes like 15 seconds to open up. I don't know what I did. So we're gonna go world. We're gonna go environment. Can we do Control T? I gotta do Node Wrangler here. Get extensions, add-on. Can we do Node Wrangler? Node Wrangler. Control T, and now I can open up. Give me my downloads, and then give me my HDRI, wherever the hell it is. There it is. Now it's an autumn field. Was it the autumn field that I wanted? It is indeed. Okay. So we plug this up. And now... Alright, it'll do. It'll do for the lighting, just for the general environment feeling. At least we got a sky. Okay, that's good enough. And by the way, I don't know what this is. Join. What the fuck? .3D viewport. I want to have in my shader editor, I want to have my shader over here, and I don't want to have whatever this is. I'm not interested in any of this. No. Why did they listen? Why? Okay. Okay. So now that we got an HDRI, now we want to have some sea. We want to have some water, some bumpy water like this. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is this: Shift S. Give me a plane. Scale that fucker 10x. More. We shouldn't do too much. It should just be something like, let's just do it small for now. And probably we should do a normal map and not a displacement map, because the last thing I want to have is 6 million vertices in my background to slow everything down. 4.3 is messed up, you're right. We'll see. It's my first time, guys. I haven't been doing no serious projects for a while now, so we'll see what happens. You guys get to experience this together with me now. We're gonna do normal map. Let's see, can we do Thomas Cullen normal map? We do a noise texture node, we plug it into a bump, and then I think it should be fine. Let's try to get some waves in the background. It doesn't have to be the most beautiful water that humanity has ever seen, but we need some waves. Noise texture. Noise texture bump node. Height, color, normal, boom. And now make it colored so I can see. Look how slow it is, guys. Somebody's fucking with me today. Somebody's testing my patience. I don't know if it's Blender or if it's my computer. I burned him. My computer has not seen downtime in weeks, okay? And it's, of course, it's got to be shiny. It's got to be blue. I had a dream last night that I was in a boat in the Navy. I don't know if you guys dreamed, but I got sent to the military. I got drafted. I was in the Navy, and I was on the boat with some guys, and the boat started sinking. Because the guy was performing some kind of maneuver. The boat just started spinning in a circle around an axis, which goes straight to the boat. And I was like, what the fuck's happening? And then the guy told me, it's okay, it's just an exercise. It's just a drill. But before you knew it, the boat started sinking. And that was pretty freaky. That's the type of shit I dream about. Okay. Do something kind of like this, right? Here we go. It's water, isn't it? Now we can adjust the color. Make some creation water. It's a deep blue color. It's beautiful. Beautiful creation seaside, like nowhere else in the world. Okay, and now this is gonna be something that we're gonna place in our little background here. Okay, can I get my, it's the same thing. So we're gonna try to set up our camera according to this image approximately. Let's try something like, because we want to make this stretch as far as the eye can see. Give me a cube for some scale reference so I can see what's going on. Let's say this is our little terrace here. Probably gonna be a bit bigger. And then the problem is that it's supposed to be way above, so this is supposed to be down there somewhere. Because we're at a height, as you can see over here. This is at a height, probably at the side of a cliff or something. Guys, did you know okay, this is what they told me. This is my experience with dreams as well. Let me go wash my glass so I can pour some different whiskey. Now, a gentleman at a whiskey store once told me, or a liquor store, high quality, high-end liquor store, he told me that When you pour a good whiskey or a good scotch, you want to dump a couple of droplets of water in there, okay? Because that opens up the flavor. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it does at a physical level, at a chemical level. I don't know what it does, but that's what the guy told me. So now I rinsed my glass, which means there's a little bit of water in it. I don't know if it's gonna have the same effect, but I certainly hope so. What do you think about some people calling you the Andrew Tate of Blender? I think that the people who compare me to Andrew Tate are the people who have never seen anybody with a... The reason people call me the Andrew Tate of Blender is because I speak with confidence, okay? My mom tells me I look like Andrew Tate, okay? I talk about money, I talk about, you know, this type of stuff. I talk about being physically imposing on my Instagram and all this. And people have never seen this anywhere else other than Andrew Tate. But I grew up with this type of shit because I grew up with the fitness industry. So this is just... Everybody in the fitness industry is like this. So from my perspective, anybody who compares me to Andrew Tate is somebody who's never seen this type of personality, which is typically involved in the self-improvement space. In other words, if you compare me to Andrew Tate, there's a high likelihood that you're a fucking loser, okay? However, I do see it as a compliment because I think Andrew Tate is a great guy. And I think anybody who listens to him is going to learn a lot about life, and the life is going to get better if you pay attention, okay? So I take it as a compliment. I take it in a good way. Not everybody who compares me to Andrew Tate is a loser. Just make sure that you're not somebody who has never seen a personality like mine apart from an Andrew Tate. Because if you've never seen a personality like this, you're around the wrong people, okay? You're probably around video game nerds and fucking virgins and all this shit. So you gotta get your shit together a little bit. I have no idea. Holy shit, guys! It's Christmas. Listen, guys, this is a little bit more important because somebody just told me. I have no idea. I don't care if I die. No purpose in life. No purpose left to live. No family, no friends. One person I loved betrayed me. Okay. Okay. Listen. You want to die. You don't care if you live or die because you got nothing to live for. That's the problem here. Okay? So why, let me ask you a question. I'm not suggesting you do this, but let me ask you. Why did you not blow your brains out yet? The reason is because you don't want to die. Because you understand, because you have this deeply embedded dream, you have this deep desire for something more in this life, okay? And let me tell you something, no one's gonna come by and hand you a good, beautiful girlfriend who loves you, okay? No one's gonna bring cool friends like me into your life. No one's gonna give you money or a good job. No one's gonna do that for you. It's your decision. Do you want to live or do you want to die? Clearly you don't want to die since you haven't thrown yourself off a building yet, okay? So you want to live. And since you want to live, clearly you don't want to live like a fucking loser. You want to live like somebody who has a decent or good positive life. You want to have a good experience out of this life, okay? Trust me. Trust me, man. We've all been there. Most of us have been there. Well, most of us have had a stage in our life where I was like, man, I don't know. What the fuck am I doing? I don't got nothing going for me. I feel like a loser. The girl doesn't like me. I got no cool friends. I got no hobbies. I'm broke. Listen, most dudes have been there, okay? A lot of dudes are there right now. I'm just letting you know that you gotta make a decision. Somebody betrayed you. Guess why they betrayed you? Probably because you're fucking boring to be around. I've been betrayed before, but I look at it when I was betrayed by a girl. Presumably you're talking about a girl. It's because I was a fucking loser. If I was a hot girl, okay, I wouldn't want to be with that version of me either. Of course, it's a fucking annoying loser. Why would you be with some loser when you got dudes like Aryan walking around? That's the way I feel. I imagine myself now versus who I was back then. Shit, man. If I was a girl with that guy, I would have dumped him for me too. Okay. Now. And by the way, guys, excuse me, I'm a little bit sick. And I've been talking all day, so my throat hurts and I'm fucked up, guys. Bear with me. Okay. What should we do? Let's do a little bit of a roof. I want to listen. I really want to do this roof shit. Now, to do this roof thing, here's the problem. It's really easy to model one of these little tiles. And then we can just use array modifiers to stack them. And then we're just gonna have to bust them up a little bit to make them look a little bit more natural and random. That's what we're gonna do with the roof tiles. Somebody asked me, why are you polarizing your audience like this? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Okay, so to model one of these, let's try this. Get this shit off my screen. Put it on the outliner. This is what we're making now, okay? So give me a cylinder. A cylinder with, I'm gonna go fairly low poly. I think we can get away with 16 for something like this. 16 vertices. Like this, and we're gonna inset, look. W bridge. I figured out how to use loop tools in Blender 4.3, guys. I figured it out. It's fucking ridiculous, but I figured it out. I don't know why they gotta mess with these type of things. And now, okay. This is all AI generated, guys. Listen, I don't know what kind of tiles they use in the Mediterranean. I haven't been building houses in Dalmatia, okay? I have seen roof tiles before, but I'm not an expert on fucking roof tiles. I'm just making what I'm modeling here. I'm just making what I see on the picture. So, we're gonna cut off this. It's kind of like this, right? And now I also want to, I want to bevel them, but if I bevel them, I'm gonna get a billion vertices. So maybe I'll just use a bevel modifier, or no, not a bevel modifier, but a bevel shader. A bevel shader, which makes it look like there's bevels when there ain't no bevels, okay? But for now, let's just give this a little bit of, let's kind of try to arrange these in a sort of pattern like you see over here. Maybe we're gonna have to use our knife tool later on. But let's bring them over here. Give me an array modifier. Okay, so I'm gonna have to rotate my view, so I'm working this way because that's the positive direction on the x-axis, that's the positive direction on the y-axis, which means we gotta rotate. If I want to work this way, I want to put my sun over there, which means I have to rotate my HDRI coordinates. I gotta rotate this by 180 degrees on the z-axis. And now we just inverted everything. There you go. There you go. Mom says I'm intelligent. Give me orange. I don't want to worry about the color yet, to be honest with you. Let me correct the normals too. And by the way, let me change my shortcuts, because in 4. I'm used to having Control N as a shortcut for inverting normals. Maybe I'll just keep Shift N, because I'm doing this for the tutorials. So if I say Control N to correct normals, someone's gonna be, Aryan, what the fuck are you talking about? That doesn't work for me, because they can't just Google how to correct normals in Blender. So we'll keep. You know what? Let's make a Control N to make somebody comment, Aryan, my shortcut doesn't work, and they're gonna boost my videos. How about that? Mesh, normals, recalculate normals, change shortcut, Control N. No, but wait a minute. What am I gonna do with starting a new file? Guys, look what happened to me just now. Is that even possible? My middle mouse button doesn't let me rotate around my object in edit mode, but it works in object mode. Eddie Picasso, we got screencast keys. Chill out, man. Did I fuck up a shortcut? Guys, tell me, is this because of Blender 4.3 or is it because of, I don't know. Listen, technology is designed for one purpose, to serve me unconditionally, without question. I am the master, okay? Technology does as I say without any question whatsoever. I'm the dictator here. So when I pay money for a digital slave, I want the fucker to obey me. However, with a slave, you can beat him and he's gonna listen to you, okay? You can't do that with electronics because it's not gonna do anything. It's only gonna make it worse. So I think maybe we gotta switch over to, look at this is fucking crazy. Okay, how about this? Save this. Stop Mediterranean. Whatever. And then we're gonna go back to Blender 4.1. I ought to download Blender 2.7. This is getting ridiculous. File open. Desktop. Yeah, now it works. Now it works. You can't get me. I've been doing this a long time. Okay. So now, look how laggy it is. Look how laggy it is, guys. I'm losing my fucking mind. Did you assign middle mouse? Yeah, it's possible that I assigned it to something else. You might be right. But it only happened in edit mode. Okay, now listen, let's get back to this, guys. Let's get back to the fucking tiles. We've got an array modifier. Now there's something like this. We're gonna change their shape and scale later on. So we got one array modifier this way. How many do we need? Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16. It's gonna be about 25 to here. Let's do 32. So we get all the way to the other side. If 16 is about halfway here, it'll be about 32 to get to the other, maybe 40. Let's do 48. Fine. 48 of these, like this. And then we have to stack them again. And let me put this to the side so I can have one without an applied modifier, because I'm gonna apply this soon. Okay. Now I'm gonna stack these again with another modifier. Add modifier, generate array, 0, 1, 0, 1, -1. You know, guys, there are some people who say that Aryan is not a good Christian. Aryan is not a good Christian because he swears a lot. He uses a lot of cuss words. He gets tattoos. Okay. He gets tattoos. And I don't know, he drinks alcohol. Or he doesn't go to church. Aryan doesn't go to church much, so he cannot be a good Christian. Okay, that's what some people tell me. But I believe that anybody who looks at it that way completely misunderstood the whole purpose of Christianity. Because number one rule of Christianity, that's not the number one rule, but one of the main teachings of Christ is you don't judge other people. You don't know what nobody else is doing. You don't listen. You can try to help somebody, but you can't sit here and say this is good or bad for what somebody else is doing. Okay. You can't judge them whether they're good or bad person. That's one thing. So people hate me because I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. I'm a degenerate because I'm getting tattoos. You're a fucking idiot. First off, you're not a Christian yourself. And then the other thing is that it's one thing to be a Christian, and it's another thing to participate in Christian politics and Christian societies. To be a Christian simply means you admire and you follow Jesus Christ. That's it. That's it. Did Jesus Christ say tattoos are horrible and you're a degenerate, you're going to hell? The book of Leviticus talks about tattoos. Maybe I'm missing something. If somebody can tell me that I'm wrong, I'm open. Tell me. Show me where I'm wrong. Maybe Jesus said if you get tattoos, you're going to hell. Maybe I'll reconsider. Maybe I'll get them all removed tomorrow. Okay, so look. Now we're going to apply this, but I want to have a little bit of space here. 0.02. Just a little bit of space. Apply one, apply the other. And then, how many rows do we need? 1, 2, 3. I'm going to make them a little bit shorter. Guys, what do you think about... What do you guys think about... What do you guys think about premarital sexual intercourse or sex before marriage? What do you guys think about that? We're gonna cut this at an angle like this. 45 degrees like this, okay? Now listen, when you use a knife tool, you got so many tools associated with the knife tool that it's fucking crazy. Okay? So for example, you can use a knife tool and then it gives you something like this. Look, there's one of the buttons you can press and it gives you like a ruler which you can align with the world, and you can put it at a 45-degree angle. And that button I'm looking for is angle constraint. Okay, look, boom. And now by default it's snapping in 30-degree increments, but I can type in 22.5. Okay, and then it jumps in increments of 22. I fucked something up. Let's do 45. Okay, boom, like this. 45. Boom. See, now it's 90, 45, 90. There we go. Or rather 0, 45, 90. I don't know. You do the math. And now over here, we want to initiate the cut in this little corner. In this little corner here. Get my camera out the way. This is the type of shit we talked about in Blender Pro Tips ebook. There's a link below. Because I took every single one of these tools and I broke it down. Every time you use one of these tools, you get so many different options down here. So many of these different options, which you guys wouldn't believe how many features there are in Blender. That's hit enter. Boom. And now while this is still selected, guys, this is important. Pay attention. You're gonna learn something. While this is still successful, yeah, guys, my OBS is telling me there's something wrong with the connection. So tell me if the stream went to shit. Tell me if nothing. Tell me if something went wrong. But now, while this is still selected, we're gonna press Control E, mark seam, because when you mark seams, okay, let me see, because this is not one mesh. There's a button for selecting. Select side of active. No. Yeah, see, if this was merged into one object, I could just press L and select loose parts here. But instead, well, I'm not really gonna be able to do that, except perhaps in that I can press V to tear this, and then I should be able to see. Now these are separate objects, but I still can't separate them by loose parts. I'm gonna have to use my box select tool, I guess, like this. Okay, boom, because I'm trying to cut off the other side. I'm gonna select this, Control L to select all the linked parts. As you can see, now I selected everything on this side. Now let's select the rest of this shit, Control I, delete. Boom. And now the only problem is that we have these weird holes over here, which we don't have to fill in because you're not gonna see them anyway, but you might want to make some bevels here if you're gonna have a close-up view of these things. If you would want to fill these, you would just select edges like this, W bridge edge loops. We could probably even just fill these with n-gons, it wouldn't even matter, like this. If we want to fill them with n-gons, what we're gonna do is select every single, or select one of these edge loops, Shift G, select similar amount of faces around an edge. Then we can do F. And what do you know? They're all filled with fucking n-gons. How crazy is that? Something just fell out of my chair. Okay. So now we got this going on. So now all we want to do is, okay, let's place the origin point in this little corner. And guys, I'm going to get to chat in a second. I want to talk to chat for a minute. I want to talk to you guys about something. 45 degrees is too much. We can do 30. 30 degrees. Look at that. Get rid of this. And by the way, I'm also going to select all the sharp edges. Also, I also want to select all of these edges here, but let me see if that's gonna work. Yeah, okay, so listen, first of all, I have to select all the edges which have seams, because those are the ones that were on the cut, right? Everything that was selected when we made the knife cut, they had seams on them, or we marked them as seams. So we have that, and then on top of that, we have to select the others. So let's mark these as, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna mark all the other edges with similar face angles here as seams, mark seam, like this. And now, all the edges which we want to bevel to make them cute are gonna have seams, so like similar seam. We don't gotta bevel them, guys, I'm just crazy. I'm just losing my mind over here, so I'm on autopilot. See, this doesn't make any sense. But now you see I can just bevel these, which would allow me to use my smooth shading. I hope this got beveled at the bottom as well. Face angles, fuck it. Anyway, if I bevel this, it's a waste of time, guys. But if I bevel this, now I can go object shade smooth. And now you got this nice smooth shading on the edges, which makes it look a lot more realistic, doesn't it? I am a Muslim and I would like to stay away from premarital sex. Yeah, I know this is something Muslims are very serious about. What do you think about the game development career? I don't know. I don't have an opinion. I don't participate in video games, and I don't believe in supplying the market with something that I think is a demerit good, like entertainment in the form of video games. I don't really believe that this is something that's generally good for society. People who indulge in video games, they're harming themselves. This is what I personally believe in. Okay, so this is why I don't like the idea of supplying people with this shit. Okay, but however, you can call me a hypocrite because I would probably be one to someday run a whiskey distillery, because why not? Because I like whiskey. However, I don't think that me running a whiskey distillery is the same as me supplying the world with some sort of degeneracy, because me and my father, we bond greatly over a glass of fine scotch, single malt scotch. Okay, so I believe it's something positive that can be brought to the world. Whereas video games, you're gonna tell me you socialize with your friends when you play video games, you're relaxing. I relax at the gym. I socialize with my friends at the gym. I socialize with my friends by hanging out with them in real life. What am I gonna do playing video games for? We got shit to do. We're gonna make a business together. That's how I bond with my friends. Okay? That's my opinion, since you asked. Which living person do you most admire? I like how you added living there. Do I most admire? Well, I admire a lot of different people for a lot of different things. Okay? I don't believe it's a good thing to have just one person who you follow and you exclude it. I think that's not a healthy mentality to carry around. But you asked me which one to admire more than the others, I guess. I like to find people that I know in real life. And I like to. There's a lot of people that I've learned from. That I learned a bunch of different things from the internet. Okay, over the years, growing up, I would not be able to sit here and tell you one person that I admire. Okay, there are people in my circles who I would definitely tell you if you asked me if I knew you in real life and you asked me who do you admire, I'll point out those people in the room who are my dear friends, and I'll tell you why I admire them. But since you don't know me personally, you don't know those people, it doesn't make sense for me to do that. I also wouldn't want to reveal somebody else's identity on my social media. But ask me something more specific, then maybe I can answer your question. Aryan, who do you admire in terms of fitness? Or who do you admire in terms of business or personality or mindset? Ask me that type of thing. Be more specific with me, then I can tell you. Not a lot of your free time has to be spent on personal development or work. Not all of your free time has to be spent on personal development or work. Sometimes you just want to relax. Yeah, well, I relax at the gym. Okay, I'm just letting you know. Well, while you're relaxing with your video game, listen, I'm not trying to make it personal, but I'm telling you this is how it goes, because I've been on both ends of the fucking spectrum. While you're relaxing with your video game, yelling at a computer screen, I'm in another room, or I'm somewhere else, or your girlfriend's texting me because she likes the way I look. She likes the physique that I've built. Because I spend all my time that I want to relax at the fucking gym or doing something which is very cool and attractive to females. So I'm just letting you know that you're making this decision, and I think most people aren't aware of this. Okay, listen, trust me. There's much better ways to relax your mind than fucking video games. I'm not trying to insult nobody. I'm just letting you know this is how it is. This is my experience in the life so far. I'm 24 years old. What the fuck do I know? Where do you want to see yourself after 5 years? 5 years, 10 children. Let's go for personality, because I usually admire people, their personality. Okay. Well, tell me something specific about somebody. I'll tell you somebody whose personality I really like. Wes Watson. Wes Watson. You can Google him on Instagram. WatsonFit_, I think is his name. Wes Watson. He was an ex-con. Dude, not all games. It's amazing to me how far you guys will go the lengths to which you guys will go to defend video games. I'm not saying you guys go play video games. I'm not telling you. I'm not gonna argue with nobody. I'm just letting you know that your life is going to be a lot better if you use other methods of relaxing your mind. Now, I guarantee you that you guys are not aware. You're not aware of how exactly you're harming yourself by playing video games. I'm just letting you know. Are you an Andrew Tate follower? Not really. I really like Andrew Tate, but I don't follow him on social media. I kind of, to be honest with you, I kind of diverged from him a little bit, as in I find him less relatable since he's converted to Islam. Let me put it that way. I know Muslims are going to be offended, but that's the truth. I'm not offended. I'm not trying to insult Islam, but that's the truth. Wes Watson does look like a beast. I think your personality... I also go to the gym, but it's not the only thing I spend my free time on. Well, listen, a man should not have a lot of free time. How about that? Because while you have free time, I'm using my free time to improve myself and make myself more desirable product to women. And guess what? Women are programmed to look for the most desirable product. They're looking for the best option. I'm just letting you know. I'm just listen. I'm not trying to tell you that I'm gonna fuck your girl or nothing like that. I'm just letting you know. I've seen a lot of dudes get dumped after saying exactly the same shit, or the girl's been cheating on them with a dude like me. I'm just letting you know. Take it or leave it. It ain't personal. I don't know who you are. It's not personal. I'm just telling you my experience. Let's not pretend alcohol doesn't affect so many people in a bad way. Yeah, you're right. Alcohol does affect. I know a lot of alcoholics, people who fucked up their lives because they're just indulging in alcohol. But it ain't me, because I use my alcohol to enhance life in a good way. Okay? You gotta know what you're doing with it. You gotta know how to use it correctly. If you know how to use video games, I'm sure that if you're a pilot, of course you're gonna train on a fucking video game. That's a different thing. That's directly benefiting your life in some way. The same way that my alcohol is directly benefiting me. If you want to ask me how does alcohol benefit my life, we can get into that. Merry Christmas, my friend. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to work. I think playing video games, women won't tell you. They're like, oh yeah, I love my man playing video games. It's a childish thing. Trust me, I absolutely guarantee you. Women find it very unattractive. It's like she's looking at a child. She doesn't want a child. She wants a fucking man to lead her, okay, to protect her. She can look up to. Video games are for children. I'm sorry. It's the same reason you don't go on a swing in a little park and giggling like a little kid, okay? Women find it very unattractive. That's my experience. And I guarantee you that for you guys who are big on video games, most of those guys don't got a whole lot of experience with women. Let's just put it that way. So now listen, we gotta make this shit on the side. And I think, from my experience in life so far and watching roof tiles, I think that this little bar over here, which got fucked up by the AI generator, is just supposed to be a column or a column of these little semi-cylinders or whatever you want to call them, okay? Like this. We're gonna place one of these over here. It's crazy how mad people get at me for this video game shit. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Some people love me, and then all of a sudden I say the truth about it. I'm just trying to help you guys. Because I know, I've been there. I've been one of you guys. I've been a video game. I grew up with video games. I've been there, man. Trust me. I'm trying to help you. You know I got no evil in my heart. I don't have time to insult nobody or participate in hatred or things like that. I'm just trying to help you. So you guys wouldn't have to suffer some of the pain that I've suffered and I've seen many other people suffer. But no, Aryan's an asshole. Okay. I guess you gotta get burnt to find out. Okay, now I already know someone's gonna tell me, oh, Elon Musk plays video games. I already know someone's gonna say that, so I'm gonna wait for someone to say it, or to ask me in a serious way why this is not a good argument for you to justify playing video games. What do? We rotated this in edit mode. That's where we fucked up. So we're gonna rotate it in object mode. So we keep our local axes. By the way, how are our axes doing here? Okay, that's the y-axis. That's the z-axis. Okay, so rotated by minus 45, and then rotated around its x-axis by, what do we rotate this by? 120, which means effectively 30 degrees. Okay, so we're going to rotate this by 30 degrees, I believe we should rotate it by. Let's just make sure that it's on the right. Look. Boom, that's perfect. So now, give me a little array modifier like this. And we also have to rotate this around its local z-axis now, but I think 30 degrees should be fine. Or maybe 15. 15. Let's find out. Yeah, 15 I think will do. You guys know I have a pretty decent background in mathematics. Pretty decent background. Nothing crazy. It's not like I went to MIT or I don't know what uni for math. I don't know what the fuck. But I studied quite a bit of math back in my day. And it helps. I'm not going to go as far as telling you you need math for 3D modeling, but it helps. It certainly helps. Guys, I'm not even looking at the chat. And I can tell there's something going on. I can tell that you guys are still on about the fucking video games. This is going to be good when I get back to it. Okay, so now, give me a little bit of a break. 0, 5, or 5, or 2, like this. You see, guys, what I wanted to do initially was this. I wanted to update. I wanted to make my bevels better. Merry Christmas, Mr. Secondhand. Thank you very much. What I wanted to do was this, but this only works in cycles. We are going to use cycles, but here, look. When you go to shading, this is what I wanted to do to save polygons because of the sheer number of roof tiles that we're going to have here. Here comes Lester telling you, regardless of the talk about video games, not every minute of the day needs to be spent doing something productive. That's a sickness in today's culture. That's a sickness in today's culture. Perhaps Lester is right. However, Lester, let me ask you something. We need to be in cycles for this. Lester, listen, guys, I tend to be very harsh when I say these things on these live streams. Hold on. Because for me, I'm sorry, listen, guys, for me, I don't feel like I'm speaking to real people. I don't see faces, I don't see reactions, I don't hear voices. So for me, it's just chat, okay? So I'm less likely to be sensitive towards people's feelings, which means I'm more likely to be honest. I hope you guys can appreciate that, all right? So let me point out something to you, Lester. I don't know who you are. I have nothing against you. I don't like you nor dislike you because I don't know anything about you. I have no idea who you are. I'm probably never going to meet you, okay? However, Lester, a lot of people, when I see people say, okay, I think this and that, okay? When you say I think, you have to be very aware of what does it mean you think? You meaning what? If somebody doesn't know who you are, then your opinion does not have any weight, okay? So in other words, when somebody shares an opinion with me, like you just did, I have to stop and think, okay, the person who shared this opinion, are they somebody who has a valid opinion or are they not somebody who has a valid? Are they somebody who I want? Because if a hobo comes up to me and tells me, hey man, you should stick this fucking needle in your arm, it's a great idea for you. I'm not going to listen to that. I'm not saying you're a hobo. What I'm telling you is, in order for me to take somebody's opinion, I got to know who they are. How do they qualify to hold this opinion? Okay? So what I'm telling you is this. I'm speaking to the guys who look up to me. I'm speaking to the guys who come to me for advice, who tell me that I've changed their life for the better, who were miserable and they found themselves when they started listening to me. These are the guys that I'm speaking to, because these are the guys that I want to help. I'm not trying to tell nobody how to live their life, but if you ask me, I'm going to tell you. And a lot of people did ask me, so this is what I tell them. If you want to live a life like me, and those of you who know me, you guys probably know that my life is fucking amazing. It's a really beautiful experience, and I've been miserable before, trust me. But my life is, I don't think it's possible to be any happier in life than I am, okay? Those are the guys that I'm telling, okay? If you look up to me, you want to take advice from me, drop the fucking video games. All right, trust me, it's not gonna do you no good in life. In fact, it's gonna do you only the opposite. That's just my advice. This is my experience so far. Don't be mad, guys. I'm not trying to hurt nobody. Okay. Now here's the problem. This is gonna look a little bit busted up, so we gotta probably, I don't know how much this even really matters. I want to kind of bring this, look, I'm gonna have to change the shape of these. Maybe I'll make it a little bit thinner on the y-axis, like this. Like this, okay? Like this, and now it just looks like a little cover. Maybe we can make them a little bit longer. When you scale things, you usually want to do it in edit mode, but this time it doesn't matter. It's Christmas. It doesn't matter, guys. You're not gonna be mad at me for fucking up a little bit of modeling. It's Christmas. How can you be mad at me, guys? What do you think Reddit's gonna come after me next? I thought about really pissing them off, trying to go for them, because Reddit calls me a Nazi. Because they, you know, my name is Aryan, and I fuck with them. I put Aryan race in there, and then they find out I was born in Germany, and then on top of that, they find out that my last name in my language literally translates to white man. Okay, and then on top of that, I make all sorts of remarks, which they consider racist and nationalist and anti-Semitic and all this shit on Instagram. Reddit fucking loves me. Okay, and then they go crazy, and then they go write about me, and they basically give me free promotion. So since Reddit loves me so much, they get so much emotional stimulus from me. I thought maybe I'll give them another reason to go posting, another reason to enjoy themselves on their little platform over there. Okay, now listen. We now have to duplicate this part and mirror it and rotate it. We can't just rotate it because it's not going to work. We first got to mirror it, and then we got to rotate it. So let's try this. Let's try this. Shift D, and I want to make it a little shorter. Okay, so let's get rid of these. We're going to mirror this. Okay, should we do it in... Let's do it in object mode. Let's separate the object, and then we're going to mirror the fucker, -1. There we go. And then we're going to rotate it in edit mode. No, in object mode. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's because we used a bad pivot point. Our pivot point should have been somewhere over here. I believe that's the problem. Okay, get rid of this. Our pivot point is over here. So now, no. Hold on, guys, I fucked up. Duplicate this. Okay, now -1, and now, no, in object mode. What did I do wrong? What did I do? There's something wrong with this angle here, guys. Let's try to measure it. Give me a little protractor. Give me a circle with, say, 8 vertices. Like this. There you go. That's the problem. Because I thought this was at 45 degrees, but it ain't. It's not at 45 degrees, as you can clearly see right here. I don't know how that's possible, because when I made the cut, I know how it's possible, because I've rotated the whole object, which means now it's sitting at a different angle. Okay, I understand. Now we got to figure out the angle. Is it possible to convince you that games are not as bad as you think, or is it an opinion you will never change? Okay, that's a very good question, because I don't know if it's worth continuing to argue with you about this. That's a very, listen, I appreciate the way you formulated that question. I can give you that. Okay. Because what you're asking me, because you understand that people at certain stages in their life, they're so deeply seated in their opinions that it's not worth the effort trying to change. It's like me trying to tell my grandfather, you know, I don't know, change his opinion about the Vladimir Putin or whatever, or the Jews. He's an 82-year-old man. There's no way I'm my 24-year-old. It's not worth it, right? So you phrasing this question this way shows a lot of awareness, okay? And I appreciate that. I'm 24 years old, guys. I'm not a old man by any means. From my perspective, I just reached a stage in my life where I feel like not really, to be honest with you, because I understand that by the time it's not until you're 30 years old that you're really a fully matured man. Okay, I understand that. I'm aware of this. I understand that I'm a young person. Okay, now I have very deeply contemplated the opinions that I hold, and I formed them through experiences, and I've formed them myself, and it's not been somebody else that told me these things. Okay, I consciously decided what's the kind of life I want to live. Okay, it's that. If I want to get to that life, this is what I gotta do, and this is one of the opinions that I formed along the way. Okay, so if you tell me for whatever reason that my experiences so far with video, if you manage to convince me that my experiences are wrong, then maybe I'm always open to discussions. But I know that from experience, nobody's ever given me anything even remotely close to an argument which I consider a strong argument for why video games are anything but bad for you. Okay. Because I look at people who tell me these kind of things, and I want to be nothing like them. Okay? For example, Elon Musk playing video games. Okay, but Elon Musk is fat. Elon Musk is overweight. I don't want to, why is he playing video games? He should be hitting the gym. That's kind of how I look at it, all right? So I would say, to answer your question in short, it ain't worth it. You're not going to change my opinion, most likely. I'm open to have it changed, but I highly doubt that you're going to be able to do that. So probably it's not worth your time. Okay, now let's figure out what we're going to do with this thing right here. Because we fucked up. Because this has to be sitting at a different angle. Set it back to 0. What we should have done was... Here's what we should have done, guys. We should have rotated this first and then made the cut at 45 degrees. Because otherwise we made the cut and then we changed the angle, and that changed the angle of the cut as well. So let's do this. Do you guys understand that the reason I'm making these live streams is only so that I get to talk to you guys? That's pretty much the only reason. There's not really... Give me some music, guys. There's not really much more in it for me. I don't make ad revenue from these. I don't really get no super chats or nothing like that. Maybe some subscribers or something, I don't know. But I only make these streams to bond with you guys. Are you aware of that? Okay, so now that this thing is sitting at an angle, and give me a few more. So give me my 3D cursor over here. So the reason I'm telling you this, guys, is I don't care how much I model here today, to be honest with you. I'm gonna be here as long as I want to be here. If you guys ask me, you really want to see something, I'll show you. I don't have no script why we have to model it. I don't give a fuck. I'm just here to hang out with you guys. That's the #1 priority for me. Okay, give me some more of these over there on that side. What the hell is my recalculate normal shortcut? Okay, so now we got it at an angle. Or now we're in a position where we can cut him with a knife tool. Do you believe that friendships between women and men don't exist? Let's break that down, because we gotta be careful when answering that question. Before I give you a yes or no question, everyone's gonna understand the answer I give you very differently, because they're gonna be thinking about, okay, well, I know a lady, I'm a man, and I know a female with whom I'm dear friends, and I would never in a million years think about fucking her. Okay? And I have examples like that in my life as well, where I know females. For example, let me put it for you this way. This is gonna be tricky. Let's try something like this. We're gonna take this vertex, and we're gonna form a plane out of it. Because that way I can snap my cut to this vertex without accidentally snapping to something else. I'm gonna snap it to this vertex here. Okay. This one. I could have just zoomed in, but whatever. And now, using my A tool, I'm typing 45. I'm gonna cut through, because that's gonna cut through everything anyway. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. 45. There we go. There we go. Mark seam. And now I want to select everything on this side of the border. No, I didn't tear it. Tear it first. It doesn't want to let me tear it. Why the fuck not? Okay, well that's fine, because I'll just select them like this. I'll just select them like this, everything on this side of the border. Fuck it, we're gonna have to use our... No. Guys, what did I do? Why doesn't it want to let me tear these? Yeah, maybe we can use a Boolean for this. You know what, you're right. Let's try Boolean. You're right. P. No, give me the other one. Separate this. And now look. Okay. Guys, how's the music? Is the music too loud? Let me know, because I don't know. I don't hear this shit. I'm playing it on my speakers. I don't hear myself. I don't get feedback from my audio. Generate Boolean difference with this thing right here. Oh shit. What cylinder? Yeah, that's why. Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna apply, and now we can get rid of this, and now we got our beautiful Boolean supported geometry right here. Just absolutely ridiculous. What in God's name happened here? This is an atrocity. This is an atrocity. Absolute atrocity. We got some shading artifacts. Let's correct the normals. What happened here? See, look. You got double vertices, and even merge vertices by distance doesn't want to work. Look what happened there, guys. Now we gotta clean up. God help me on this day. So what we're gonna do is just select all these similar polygon side. No. Similar normal, I think, should work. Because now we can just delete all these faces and problem solved. Because we don't gotta look at them anyway. There we go. Give me some water. Okay, so we were talking about friendships between men and women. There are women in this world, and female human beings, okay? XX chromosome. Don't get me started with the whole trans thing. But there are females in this world who I consider as friends, okay? Now, the problem is that when you're talking about the reason people have this debate is because you have to understand that we're males and females. I, as a male with testicles between my legs, with a penis, okay? I am programmed biologically as an animal to target females, and my brain decides whether or not I want to reproduce with them, okay? That's an instinct programmed into us. All of us have this. Females are the same from men. So when I look at a female, my brain automatically, subconsciously calculates whether or not this is a sexual, potential sexual partner. And you're the same, woman's the same, everybody's the same. We're human beings, we're programmed. Maybe somebody's fucked up, I don't know. Maybe somebody is not like this. But we have this. And the problem is that this instinct often gets in the way of a true friendship, because a true friendship is based on mutual interest in other things, right? But the friendship between men is based on the fact that I don't want to fuck you. Our interests, you know what my interests are. My interests in you are, we're gonna do, I don't know, play basketball together, whatever the case may be. We're gonna make a business together. We don't have to worry about the sexual thing. If you're gay, maybe, I don't know. Maybe, I think that's nonsense anyway. But what Nicholas P, I understand you. Listen, what happens is that you have to acknowledge this, okay? And there are women in this world with whom I don't feel this kind of problem where I want to fuck them, or maybe she wants to fuck me, so I don't know if we're being genuine with our interests in, you know, in being friends, right? Because maybe what happens is, okay, your girlfriend has male friends, right? Guess why she's got male friends? Because they want to fuck her. So just understand that, right? So if there's a woman who I really don't want to fuck, and I really know that she doesn't want to fuck me, or excuse me, Lord, on this day, have sexual intercourse with me or reproduce with me, then it's a true friendship which is based on other merits which are completely unrelated to our sexual nature, right? And in that case, for example, I don't know, with some family relative who's an older lady and, you know, she's, come on, you know what I'm talking about. There's no such thing. But if you put a 10 out of 10 hot girl in here, I don't care if she got a boyfriend. Listen, my body's telling me we gotta go for it, right? So there, even if I suppress that, even if I don't want to bang my friends, I have to make an effort to suppress this as a human being, right? So you have to behave like a civilized person and control this, but it's the urge is still subconsciously there, which is what's getting in the way of a genuine friendship, and you have to acknowledge that. So I guess it is possible for males and females to be friends. Let me mirror this fucker. Let me mirror this thing now. Look, now it should be possible, but we gotta bring this thing back. Put it over here. Okay. How about this? Okay, now it's at a good angle this way. And now we gotta rotate it by what? I believe 60 degrees. But I'm not certain. $60, no. It's not enough. 70? No. 65? How many degrees we gotta rotate this by? Whatever, we're just gonna do it manually like this. Fuck it. So over here, the bottom meets this little corner, and up here it's gonna meet this little corner here. I think maybe I'm autistic, I'm not sure, guys. Because I have a very strong urge to have things organized in the model, but maybe I'm just good at 3D modeling, I don't know. Who the fuck knows? Who gives a fuck? Okay. And now we can duplicate this, and now we can mirror it across the x-axis. Boom. Correct the normals and then rotate them by -90, and now we got a decent looking roof. There we go. It feels like I'm in a movie, guys. It feels like a samurai. Look at that. Look how cute that is. Okay, let me bevel these so they look cute as well. Also this. Oh. They're gonna come for me, guys, for saying these kind of things. Can you guys, you know how mad people get at me for this type of thing, for saying the things I'm saying to you guys? People get so mad that, like, they genuinely hate me. They get, if you go to Reddit right now, for example, you're gonna see Alex Jones or something, Infowars, or I don't know, somebody like that who's a very controversial personality. These people on Reddit are writing paragraphs and paragraphs of the most hateful text that you've ever seen in your life. He should die face down in the dirt. I hope his fucking family gets wiped out. This guy doesn't deserve any. This guy deserves to rot in hell. Fucking degenerate. They're hating and they're wishing such harm on this person that they don't even know that this is a real person. It could just be something that could not even be a real person. The amount of hate that builds up in this kind of person. Just think about that for a second. If you're a normal, healthy human being, you should not be able to harbor or produce such emotions. I know I'm not able to. I cannot point out one person who I hate on such a deep level that I poison my soul with negativity that I wish to direct towards them. To me, that's sick. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you. I don't understand how people can. I understand how you get to this level, but I'm just letting you guys know that there are people like this, so just beware. You want to stay away from those people. Those people got fucking problems. You don't want to have nothing to do with them. They're degenerates. Don't you want to argue with them? Just wish them for the best because they're suffering more than you understand. Okay. Stay away from those people because those demons can easily catch on to them if you're not careful, and then you're gonna become the same. Abu Huraria asked a very good question. He says the roof is too perfect. You gotta bust it up a little bit. Look at this. And before I start busting it up, the problem is that busting it up is destructive. So it's gonna permanently change my geometry in a way that's no longer going to allow me to work with this object very well. But I'm gonna mess it up by doing something like this, okay? I'm gonna take some of these edge loops, or one of these edge loops, and I'm probably gonna use my random proportional editing like this. And then maybe I'll just scale up a little bit, or maybe I'll just move up or down or a little bit. I'll do something sort of like this, and then I'll have to clean up a little bit, but that's how I'm going to mess these up and make them look a little bit more natural, right? Something sort of like this. I'm gonna do that later on. Hungary is introduced to new law. Tell me more about it, because I just finished living in Budapest. I spent a total of about 4 years of my life living in Budapest, Hungary. Tell me about it. I very much like Budapest, Hungary. Okay. And now, let's do something cool, okay guys? Let's move on to something. Let's graduate to something cooler. We're gonna make this little pillar. Now, to make the pillar, we need a foundation, or we need some of this white stuff underneath the roof tiles. All right, we need some body for this building. Give me a plane, or give me a cube, better yet. I love Hungary, guys. Hungary, next to Poland, Hungary is one of my dearest places in Europe. I don't want to say it's the second, because of course I got my own country and I got other places that I really like in Europe and that I've lived in and I've had a very happy life in. However, Hungary is definitely a country that I like very much. Can you believe Hungarian people get mad at me when I say this? No. How can you like this place? It's fucked up. Our politicians are corrupt. Their economy is shit. Listen, man. Get your shit together and you're gonna be happy too. If your happiness depends on the economy or on some politician, you fucked up somewhere. I can guarantee you that. Let's see it. Okay, we got white stuff now. And take me back to Eevee, because this is I want to use Eevee. It's the same shit, but it's faster. Aryan, what's your opinion on Turkey? Turkey, I've heard a lot of things about Erdogan. Some people love him, some people hate him. Turkey's struggling economically these days. However, Turkey, I believe at the moment, apart from Russia, Turkey, I believe, has the most powerful military of any country which has territory in Europe. It ain't the UK, it ain't France, it ain't Germany, it ain't Poland. It's Russia, number one, unless I'm missing something, remind me. And then after them, I believe it's Turkey. So you don't, when Turkey pursues something which they believe is international interest, you're gonna have to take them seriously. It's kind of like if you're on the bus, okay? It's late at night, and you see two guys in the back, okay? One of them is a little skinny fucking punk who looks like a pussy on his phone, and then there's me. Like this. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, like this. With a bottle of fucking liquor, like this. And I got a blade in my hand. And if I tell you, hey, get the fuck out of here, right? You're gonna take it a little bit more seriously than you're gonna take the little kid who's gonna tell you, get the fuck out of here. You're not gonna take him seriously. Because you understand that I can fucking kill you. If I want to, right? That's kind of why you gotta take Turkey's position seriously in the international geopolitical system, right? And Turkey has interest in having forces in Syria, which I believe they do, as every country does. You want to spread your pawns far and wide and place them so you can have some influence in this area. Armenians would like to disagree with you on what? Did you hear the news in Syria? Yes, I did hear the news in Syria. Of course I heard the news in Syria. What happened in Syria, guys, for those of you that don't know, is this. And I've heard a lot of Syrians celebrating this. I haven't heard any Syrians, to be honest with you, who are very sad about what happened. But what happened was the Assad regime, who was a dictatorial government in Syria. Dictatorial, that's what they say. I don't know how dictatorial it was. I haven't been down there. I don't know what they do. They say Viktor Orban is a dictator. He ain't a fucking dictator. Okay. They say it was a regime. It was in any case, it was a regime. The Assad government was a regime which was in place in Syria. Okay. A lot of people criticized it for all sorts of reasons. Some people supported it. And then the rebels took him down. Now, the problem is that, well, now, you know, there's no longer the Assad government, the Assad himself. I don't know his full name, but he went over to Russia. Russia took care of him. Putin's taking care of him because Russia wants to maintain good relations with this government. And Russia has, I believe, 2 military bases in Syria. But the problem is that the rebels who dethroned Assad and his government, they were, from the information that I've received, I might be wrong, you might have heard something else, I don't know. The information that I've received was that this is organizations, or these are the same people that were previously on organizations labeled as terrorists by the United States, such as those who committed 9/11, for example, Al-Qaeda and these type of people, ISIS, I don't know what, right? But now, these same people are in different organizations under different names, okay? And they're being funded and supported heavily by the United States of America, which makes the United States of America a hypocrite, which we all know is nothing new, okay? They're two-faced fucking lizards in the international geopolitical system. So whenever it suits them, okay, now they're no longer the bad guys, now they're the good guys, because now we can use them to fuck up the government over there so we can place our influence in that territory. This is how they go, and now all of a sudden they're the good guys. But 10 years ago they were killing our people. Okay, well, this is how it goes. And there we go. Here's a Syrian. Here's a Syrian disagreeing with me. So, like I said, I haven't been down there. This is just what I heard. Maybe you know better. Okay, I was gonna make this pillar over here. Give me some more. Give me some more geopolitics, guys. You guys know I love this subject. I don't personally know anybody apart from my father and another friend of mine, whose job he's in the investing, in the asset management business, rather. I don't know anybody apart from those two people, personally, who studies geopolitics more than I do. Those are the only two people, so I'm very passionate about the subject. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know everything, but I'm very passionate about the subject. I think it's very interesting. Now, we want to turn this into a circle. We're going to do something cool here. No, you know what? Let's keep it simple. Inset with an eye like this. Boom. Make it Greek. And then give me a circle here with, let's say, 16 vertices, because maybe I'll add a subdivision surface modifier, but I don't need it to be too high poly anyway. Okay, like this, like this, like this, like this, and we're gonna give a little loop cut over here. Give me some screencast keys too, like this. What do we got? The genocide the Ottoman Empire did in the Armenians is pretty. Somebody told me that the Jews did it. I don't know who told me this. I don't know anything. That's just what they told me. I don't know. I don't know if there's any truth in it. Who the fuck knows? The Jews did it, meaning that they influenced events which led to this, okay? Which, we can't really say the Jews are not known for doing this type of thing, but, you know, I'm gonna get fucking cancelled if they're gonna take down my YouTube channel if I say these type of things, so, you know, I'm probably fucked anyway. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, you know what's funny? Well, funny. It's tragic, but you know what's interesting to me? The fact that the Armenian genocide is something that if can I say this or are they gonna ban me? If I sit here and say, let me just give you a hypothetical example, okay? If I sit here and I say the Armenian genocide never happened, okay, some people are gonna get upset, but that no problem at the end of the day. It's not a big deal, okay? I'm not gonna get cancelled. I'm not gonna go to prison. Can you think of any historical event where if I say the same thing I just said about the Armenian genocide, I can get a 3-year prison sentence in Poland? Isn't that interesting? So this is where AI has failed me. Do we want a block here, or do we want something else? What are we gonna do with this? I'm gonna Google Greek pillar. Greek pillar. Guys, this is gonna be great. I love this shit, man. What are we gonna do? Let's look at some Greek pillars. Christmas evening, Christmas night, we're looking at Greek pillars, talking about the Holocaust. Who's happier than me? Hope to get back to Budapest. I'll catch. Yeah, I go to Budapest all the time. I try to go at least once a month. I have deep ties in Budapest. It's always gonna be a place that I hold very dear to my heart, and I intend to stay very connected in that city for the rest of my life. So, hit me up on Instagram. What do you think Russia threatening everyone with nuclear weapons, and do you consider it a low act? I need you guys to understand that most of you here, I don't mean anybody in particular, but most people in general have absolutely no idea what's really happening in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. They have no clue, no idea, because most people form opinions about this when they didn't make a considerable effort to study the background of the conflict. Okay. Come Krakow. I'm in Warsaw. Maybe I'll go through Krakow one of these days. Maybe I'll travel. Maybe I'll travel through Krakow. Guys, I'm planning to go. Hold on, let me see if I can show you a map. I'm planning to go travel through a couple of European countries. Let me just see if I can open up my map without it showing my location so I get shot in the fucking head. Okay. Well, they're gonna dox me anyway, so I might as well. But okay, listen, right now, we are in Warsaw, Poland. We're in Warsaw, Poland right now. And we're gonna make our way to a little city over here, Białystok. And from there, we're gonna take, this is gonna be road trip. We're gonna take a road trip from here to Minsk. And then we're gonna go from Minsk, probably spend the night, hopefully somewhere in one of these little villages. I'm looking for somebody who's Belarusian who can give me some good advice on where to stay. I don't wanna stay in Minsk, I wanna stay outside of Minsk. And we're gonna drive up here to Tallinn. And hopefully, if my Croatian nationality or citizenship allows it, hopefully I can get my hands on documentation which I will require in order to cross the border and visit beautiful St. Petersburg. But certainly I'll be going to Helsinki as well. So that's in store for me soon. Maybe some of you guys are somewhere along the path, who knows. And if you do want to keep up with what I'm going to be doing, follow me on Instagram, guys. I'm going to be documenting this type of shit. So on Aryan Race, I'll probably be doing it. So if you want to see me, if you want to stay in touch with me, with where I'm going, what I'm doing, go to this link in the description. Now, which pillar are we going to make? I wanted to make something like this to keep it simple. Okay, then we're just going to do a cylinder and fuck it. Cylinder, okay. There's not really no right or wrong way to do it, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna bevel this, but I want to have a shape value of 0.5. I'm gonna make it a little thicker. Let's make it a little bit thicker. Why are you called Aryan Race? That's a very good question. I'll tell you exactly why I'm called Aryan Race. The reason I'm called Aryan Race, first of all, my name is Aryan, right? My name is Aryan. And then I was thinking about, okay, how can I turn this into a handle of some sort? How can I make it into some kind of nickname or something? Something cool. Then I realized from that throughout, as I was growing up, over the years, a lot of people have had the pleasure of calling me a racist and a Nazi. Why is this not aligned properly? A lot of people have called me a racist and a Nazi and I don't know what, just for reasons that I don't think are valid. They've called me these things because of certain beliefs that I hold and certain views that I have in the world. People have called me these things. And naturally, when you have this type of when you have a character which merits being called or labeled a racist or a Nazi, people like to target that kind of personality with all sorts of things. Nah, he's a fucking asshole. You don't want to. People like to insult this type of personality. It's like something that they can use as a way to express their anger, and they can kind of like a scapegoat. Let's say, you point the fingers like the guy in Scarface told you. You need somebody to point your fucking fingers. Okay, you need the bad guy to point your fingers to get the attention away from your own flaws. That's kind of how I always felt growing up for having the opinions that I have to this day. So I figured, you know what better way to fuck with these people than to just lean into it. I'm gonna put Aryan race because I was born in Germany. My last name is white man, and I'm the purest white person you ever met. I'm pure white fucking white blood. Nothing. I got nothing but pure fucking white in my genes. Okay. So I'll just lean into that, and if they want to call me racist, they can go on Reddit and write about me and get really mad about it. And let's see what happens. So that's why my name is Aryan race. But also another reason for it is that I'm trying to create my own race. I'm trying to create my own race. The people who understand what I'm telling you, who understand what I'm talking about, who understand me. I'm trying to form some sort of a brand name, let's say. The people who understand what I'm talking about, they're going to adopt a certain lifestyle, a certain mental model, which I believe is going to be very good for them. That's why I do it. Because I've got no interest in negativity of any sort in this world, even though people find that hard to believe, but I really don't. It's kind of like, the Aryan race, right? The people who align with some of the shit that I talk about. And if I'm a racist, then I'm a racist. Fuck you. What are you going to do? Cancel me. Okay, fine. Shut down my YouTube channel. All right. Well, Bender, put me in jail. Wow, fine. It's not bad. But I do think we gotta make this a little bit wider. You see, the problem is anybody else, most of you guys here, and I hope that you guys are aware of this, and I hope that you guys are working hard to change this. Most of you guys, if somebody calls you a racist or something like that, you get scared. Oh no, no. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give off that impression. And I'm not one of those people, and I never wanted to be one of those people. I'm gonna tell you what I really believe in, and if you want to call me a racist, you can call me a racist. If that's the line of argument, or if that's the nature in which you want to debate with me by insulting me, or as a wise man said once, when they can't beat you with logic and facts, they're gonna try and smear you. If you want to take it there, you can take it there. It's not my problem. So I fear not being labeled a racist or a Nazi or any of that shit. Go for it. In fact, I invite it. Because it gets people really pissed off, so it helps me boost my YouTube channel, my social media. Why not? Oh, Blender Solo in the house. How are we doing today? Merry Christmas, Blender Solo. Didn't recognize the stream. I was wearing a shirt. I put on a shirt. I figured, it's the Lord's Day today. I gotta keep it decent today. And here I am cussing, talking about sexual intercourse and the Jews. Somebody suggests using custom bevels. Yeah, you're probably right. Sprichst du Deutsch? Nein. Nein. What would you like to become if you weren't a 3D artist? Guys, being a 3D artist is just, I don't know if you guys noticed, but for me, being a 3D artist is just a little phase, just something to get your attention. Okay? Because I'm speaking to a world, I'm speaking to a community of men. Guys, let's cut the bullshit. Let's be honest with me. I'm gonna ask you a question. Most of you guys here, did you or did you not, yes or no, pretty much grow up behind the computer screen like myself, playing video games and all this? Are you, or are you not one of those people? Tell me. Be honest with me, guys. Just for the sake of this, so I can make this argument. I kind of fucked this up, but I'm not even paying attention to the pillar. I'm paying attention to arguing with you guys about the Nazi regime. But I do have to make this a little bit wider. But whatever, let's just shoot it out a little more. That's it. We're gonna make it better off screen. Whatever. We just need to have something there. Maybe I'll make it a little bit thicker. Just make it a little bit thicker, and that's it. Get rid of these. Be honest with me, guys. Did you or did you not grow up behind the motherfucking computer screen? Don't lie to me. Who you kidding? Who you kidding? Yes, yes, yes. I don't see a single no in the chat. See, I know you guys. I don't think you guys are aware of how well I know you people. You know, this platform, this YouTube shit that you're watching me on, it's designed to give me as much information as possible about you, who you are, and how you live your life, so that I can know who you are and I can know what you want, and I can play on your impulses to supply you with what you want, to keep you. That's YouTube is designed for this shit. So I know you guys. Who are you kidding? So I know that I'm speaking to men who grew up behind the computer screen, okay, playing video games and I don't know what, jerking off. I know that. Now, just to be clear, guys, I was one of you. I was one of you when I was 16. When I was 16 years old, I was one of you. All the way up until I was, I don't know how old. I don't remember the last time I really played video games, in the sense that, you know, spending my days in my free time playing video games, and, you know. At some point, I realized, wait a minute, there's this thing called the vaginal cavity. There's this thing called real life and adventure and sports and, you know, being a man and experiencing the real world. And I realized that this is a lot more interesting to me than a fucking video game. This was my experience. And then I decided to focus more on that. At some point. At what point, don't ask me. It was a you can ask me and I'll probably tell you, but it was a gradual evolution in my growing up, let's say. Now, the problem is that, I don't know about you guys, but I get the feeling that I'm right. The problem is that when I was this computer kid, the reason I was a computer kid was not because I decided to be a computer kid. The reason I was a computer kid was because I didn't know nothing else. I didn't know what else to do. And that's all I knew, was being at the computer. I didn't know about lifting weights and talking to girls and making a business and, you know, becoming spiritual. I didn't know about expanding myself intellectually and, you know, becoming a competitive male. I didn't know anything about any of this stuff. I didn't understand that I'm in a world where God put me here to serve a purpose. I gotta play my part. I gotta do what I can. I'm competing with other creatures. I gotta expand my influence and do as much good as I can for the world. I didn't understand this as a kid, but at some point I recognized it. And I remember that when I was a computer kid, I just remember that, in short, I always knew that this is not the life I want to live. Tell me, guys, does that ring a bell for any of you? Be honest with me. Don't tell me no, I'm happy. Just be honest with me. Does that ring a bell? I realized at some point that I want to, you know, there's more to life than sitting at this fucking computer with no girlfriend, being fat, being not cool, not being invited to parties, not living life, there's more to life than that. Okay? Be honest with me, guys. Does that ring a bell? Do any of you feel like you can resonate with that? Cursor over, yeah? Don't lie to me. Tell me the truth, guys. There we go. The first one came in a yes. That's balls right there, because you admit it. The first step to solving a problem is admitting that you got a problem. Okay? If you're an alcoholic, ain't no way you're gonna solve your alcohol problem if you don't admit that you're an alcoholic. Okay? There we go. There we go. Now they're lining up. Yep. There we go. See, as soon as one broke the barrier, that's when the others start coming out. Guys, I respect you, and I appreciate you for being honest with me. Because a lot of guys, they won't admit it. They'll say, no, Aryan, you're an asshole. You're a fucking asshole. Fuck you. I want to do this. I don't want to have a beautiful, hot girlfriend who loves me. Yeah, my girlfriend is already... Why are these connected? My girlfriend is already hot, they'll tell me. Yeah, she's perfect. She's fat. So thank you guys for being honest with me. Now, what the fuck was I talking about? I lost my train of thought here. Where were we? We were talking about what would I be doing if I wasn't a 3D artist? And what I was trying to get at, guys, was that this 3D art shit, what I know about myself is that I always wanted to be the guy that I am today when I was a kid. When I was in your shoes, guys, I'm not saying you gotta be like me or anything like that, but when I was in your shoes, I wanted to be the guy that I am today. I designed this person that I am today. I thought, okay, well, I don't feel happy. The girls don't fucking like me and all this. I don't know. Okay, I'm not fit. I want to look good. I want to feel good. I want to be cool. And I want to have a good life, right? So I designed, okay, how do I gotta talk? What do I gotta look like? What kind of friends do I want to have around me? What kind of life do I want to live? What do I want to do, right? I designed it. I became the person that I am today. And as a result, hold on, what am I trying to do here? Let me mirror these. As a result, someone's gonna go crazy. Yeah, I already know that tomorrow or 3 days or 7 days, I'm gonna wake up and it's gonna be comment on. I totally disagree. Why are you so toxic? And that's someone's shitting in the comments. I don't even know who they are. Don't bother, guys. Save your fucking breath. I got shit to do. I got girls to talk to. I'm not here fucking reading your angry comments. Please, I'm trying to help some guys and take it easy. And now I have the opportunity to get the attention of people who I know are suffering from the same thing that I used to be suffering from when I was a younger man. I still consider myself a very young man. I'm only 24 years old. What do I know, guys? But I realize that there's a lot of people here who really need this type of thing. And they're not going to hear me if you just see me come up and say, you're a fucking pussy, hit the gym. That's not going to work. What I understand is that you guys, a lot of these guys, they'll see in me, they'll see that there's somebody who they can relate to, because I've been down that road. I've been on that path. I've been there before. And a lot of these guys, they really need this type of thing. That's what sort of my greater purpose with this whole 3D shit. I don't give a guys. Come look at me. Do I look like I give a fuck about 3D? You can put me in a jail cell. I'm good. I don't give a fuck about 3D modeling. Fuck you. I don't give a shit about any of that. Computers. Listen. Only thing that matters in life, guys, at the end of the day, is you gotta have some love in your life. You gotta have loved ones. You gotta take care of your family. You gotta have lots of positivity in your heart and soul. Everything else is bullshit. Yeah, the Lambos are cool. Yeah, titties are nice and all this. But at the end of the day, man, if you operate under the delusion or the illusion that anything other than love has any true meaning, you're in for a surprise. I'm telling you that right now. In this life or the next, you're gonna get a big surprise. And I think my Muslim friends are going to understand that full well. And I think they're gonna agree with me. Except they will tell me, no, it's God. But when I say love, and when you say God, we're really referring to the same thing. And a lot of people get mad at me for saying that too. Isn't it crazy? Fucking hell. So I see greater purpose in my life, and being the, listen guys, I'll give you all some advice if there's something you can take here. If there's something you can take away from the stream. You have to become the person that you feel like you need in your life. And that's when you're going to feel fulfilled. You have to become that. Because today, I am the person that I know for a fact that I needed when I was 17 years old, struggling with a whole bunch of different problems. I know that today I am that person. And that's why, and I know how much I needed that person, but I didn't have him. I didn't have that person, so I had no choice but to become him. So that's what I did. And from that perspective, I tell you guys, life is fucking great. There are gonna be people who are telling you, no, Aryan, you're wrong, but their life is not great, and they're gonna openly tell you, no, I'm sad, I'm depressed, whatever. So why? Who do you want to listen? Who do you want to be? Do you want to be happy or do you want to be sad? Come on. That's right, mixed 3D. I don't know what you said after that. Yeah, you are who you are, not what people want you to be. Just stick to what you feel is the best for you, brother. I don't know what you meant by that, but it seems like you had a positive message in mind. That's a great idea. Attract. Great fucking idea. Hai detto, mandamelo un pedazo. Why don't you make CGI VFX videos? I don't know. No reason. Guys, how are we doing so far? Look. I think it's turning out pretty cute. Should we do some plants in a moment? Should we get to the fucking vegetation? What should we, guys, listen. I want to maybe put some more roof tiles up here. Maybe I don't have to. What should we do next now after I enjoy this tobacco product and my alcoholic beverage right here? Or my spirit, rather. What should we do next on this model? Tell me. Good life comes with hard work. That's right. Where's your cigar? I don't got no cigars. I like cigars though. I think cigars are very nice. Blender Solo asked me, have I tried plasticity or CAD modeling overall? I've not tried plasticity. I've tried some CAD modeling in SketchUp. I didn't really like it. It's meant for a totally different use. It serves a totally different purpose. Aryan, I actually haven't gamed in 3 months. I took up gym and became more active. My life is actually better now. But too many people, gaming is all they have. That's what I want to hear. Pizza time. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Why do you criticize Elon Musk for being overweight while you smoke and drink? I'll tell you why. Now, when I said that earlier, they asked me, or I said they asked me about video games and shit, and I said, okay, Elon Musk plays video games, but he's fat, so I don't want to. I don't look up to Elon Musk in that area, right? I don't want to be like him in that regard. Listen, guys. What I'm trying to tell you is I don't want to be fat like Elon Musk. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that he should live his life in a different way. I don't know the guy. I don't know if I'm in no position to make that kind of statement. But I'm telling you, I don't want to be like that. However, the life that I do want to live does involve some cigarettes or some nicotine, and it does involve some alcohol. That's the life I want to live. That's my decision. I'm not saying you should smoke. I'm not saying you should be like me. I'm just saying if you know what you're doing, this is not a problem, in my opinion. Are cigars and weed the same thing? No, they're not the same thing. But in what aspect? In what aspect? Weed is marijuana is a drug that makes you, it gets you, well, this is a drug too, and this is a drug too. Just be clear. Coffee's a fucking drug. Sugar's a drug. Let's just be clear, okay? Just so we're on the same page. Weed is a drug that gets you high. I've smoked a lot of weed in my life. And I know for me, for example, the effect of weed is I just get super lazy. I don't feel very social. But what I think is a very amazing experience is smoking some weed and watching a good movie, for example, or having sex or something like that. That's a phenomenal thing. But I don't smoke weed in my daily life because I think it doesn't allow me to do the things that I want to do with my day-to-day life, right? Whereas cigars are totally different because they just give you a little nicotine rush, which kind of amplifies you. Maybe you'll notice that now, because of consuming some nicotine, I'm gonna get a little bit more energetic, right? Because I get a nicotine rush out of it. I can feel it. I don't know if you guys can tell. I think cigarettes are bad for you. And I think alcohol is bad for you. However, what you got to be aware of is just make sure that if you're gonna smoke cigarettes or smoke weed, just make sure that it's not the cigarette that's smoking you. Make sure that it's not the alcohol consuming you. Okay, that's what you gotta make sure. How do you like to see yourself in 10 years? Someone asked me 5 years earlier. In 10 years, I'll be 34 years old. I'll be 34 years old. To be honest with you guys, I don't know. I can't really. There's so many things that I'm focusing on right now. I'm one of those guys that lives in the moment. Okay, I live in right now. I got shit to do. I got things I want to do now, and I'm not really. I can probably tell you logically that in 10 years, I know probably where I'm logically, if I think about it, where I'm probably gonna be. That was a good sentence, wasn't it? But I don't really have like a clearly painted. I don't think about it that way. I'm thinking about, okay, maybe 2-3 years from now is what I'm really concentrating on. But who knows? I might get hit by a bus tomorrow. Who the fuck knows? I'm trying to live in the moment. Where do I want to be in 10 years? I want to have a big family. A big family, lots of children. Lots of different businesses. Lots of different... I want to be established. Well, I'm already set up in several different countries, but I want to be set up in more countries. I want to be all over the place. Thank you, Anatoly. Merry Christmas to you as well. I want to be set up all over the globe. Right now I'm set up in Europe quite well and connected in Europe pretty well. I want to be all over the world. Who knows? Would you like to visit Asian countries? I've been to Malaysia before. I've been to Malaysia once in 2015. I was in Kuala Lumpur. Yeah, I would like to. What I would like to do is get a motorcycle and just ride the fucker into China. I don't know. Wherever I can go, we'll figure it out. Get to the border of Myanmar. I don't know, something like that. That's what I would like to do. Why? Don't ask me. I just feel a strong urge to do it the same way they felt a strong urge to sail into the seas. I'm just like that. I want to see what there is to see. And guess what? When I'm on the road, I'll still have my computer with me. I'll still be making videos. One of these days, you'll see me make a video in the fucking sand dunes somewhere. It's going to happen. I might get hit by a bus tomorrow. Who knows? But that's what I would like to do. Sport or cruiser bike? Probably cruiser bike. Because I'm not interested in no craziness. I'm not interested in losing my life to motorcycle. I just want to enjoy the experience of a very agile vehicle. Well, very. It's more compact than a car. I want to I want to have multiple bikes. Probably one which is sexy. I like Harleys, but I also want to have something which is very practical if we're going off road, if we're going on long, heavy trips and stuff like that. If I find out that you will be in my city, can I message you and to have a beer with you, or do you not do that with strangers? You can message me. Certainly you can message me. Whether I'm going to do it or not, it depends on what my judgment's going to tell me. It depends on my circumstances, who knows. Tell me, what city are you in? Tell me where you're at. Because, yeah, you are a stranger, but I do like to... I shouldn't be saying this because someone's going to take advantage of me. Someone's going to shoot me in the head. But I like to speak to people from my audience, let's say, okay? So by all means message, but tell me right now, what city are you in, and I'll tell you. Maybe I have some intention of being somewhere around there in the foreseeable future. Who knows? Svetoslav Minchev, Merry Christmas, my friend. Merry Christmas indeed. Okay, guys, nobody told me. I don't know, maybe someone told me, but I didn't see. What are we gonna model next? Now I have to go urinate. And after I'm done, I want to see in the chat what are we gonna model next, guys. Which part of this are we gonna handle next? I'm gonna stay here for a little longer because I don't know about you. I'm having a great time, just chilling, smoking cigarettes and drinking booze on stream and talking about fuck no. I'll be right back. Gassimo. Alright, what do we got? Table, the floor. Let's do the floor. And give me some more music while we're at it. Guys, who knows this song here? I don't know if you can even hear it. Now for the floor, we're gonna need a special texture, which we're gonna have to get from the internet. We're gonna go ambient CG. Ambient CG. Tile. Tiles. Okay. And now in tiles, we're gonna find something like this. We can change the color, that's the good thing. Because they're very smooth tiles. But I'm gonna go with these. Because I like these tiles right here. I'm gonna change the color with a, maybe I'm gonna edit them in PaintNet, or maybe I'm gonna just change their hue, saturation, mix color a little bit, who knows. Let's download the fucker. 2K PNG. Yeah, those textures are free to use, you can use them. I don't know what kind of copyright deal they got, I don't know what the deal is with that, but you can use them. Yeah, they're free, you can just download them. Someone asked me, am I coming to Manchester? That's what Hard One E asked me. I have a very, very good friend who is from, he lives in London. And I told him that I would very much like to come to London because I've heard from a lot of different people that London became a shithole, which I think is very sad. And the way that London operates these days, from what I heard and from what I've been told by people who live there, it's very, I'd say it's quite shocking. It's not shocking anymore because it's been that way for a long time. But it's really fascinating, I think. I think it's a society which is broken at a fundamental level. That's the impression that I have so far. I told my friend who's from London, you gotta take me. Take me there. I want to see it. I want to see how it is over there. And he said, sure. Sure, come. Summertime, when the weather's nice, come by. Now, my dear friend is a very privileged individual in that he's doing very well in life. Let's put it that way. So I have no doubt that he will show me the best of London. However, I'm also very much interested in... What the fuck am I doing? I'm very much interested in seeing both the good sides and the bad sides of that society. So I definitely look forward to going to London. I don't know where Manchester is, to be honest with you, in comparison. Whoa, we got Hitler. And a Bulgarian hairy-chested man. Where's my tile? Tiles. Okay, how about this? Tiles. We're gonna unpack them first. Pictures, textures, new folder, tiles. Boom. And now we can drag and drop our color here. It was Matrang, that's right, it was Matrang. Matrang. That's some Boris too. So they demonetized me. All this shit is copyrighted. Any other good texturing sites? Yeah, there's some good ones, but I recommend you ask ChatGPT. Give me some Node Wrangler. Give me 5 here. We gotta change the colors. How about this, guys? First of all, let's try hue saturation value. But that makes it very stained because it's a very pale texture. So instead, we're gonna do this. Mix. Why you got Hitler? Why not? I like to study history. A lot of people, as soon as you say the word Hitler, they freeze. Oh my god. You gotta study Hitler. If you want to be an adult, you gotta read about Hitler, you gotta read about Stalin, you gotta read about Mussolini, you gotta read about Mao, you gotta read about everybody. Castro, read them. Read up about them. Study them. Have any of you guys ever, let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever taken the time to read works published by either Hitler himself or people from his inner circles? Have you ever read any works published by the Nazi regime or the Nazi government or whatever you want to call it? Have you ever taken the time to study works published by this regime? Because I encourage everyone to do so. Not only about Hitler's regime, but about other regimes. The problem is that people hear the word Hitler, no, I don't want to. Listen, you gotta study history. Get your shit together. See, now we change the color of these. They gotta be orange. They gotta be probably a little... Something's not working. The problem is the roughness. Let's take care of a normal map first before we do anything else. Normal map. Normal map. Normal, we want to use GL. Normal GL. Non-color. Whoa! And we're going to use the same Node Wrangler setup. How about that? Okay, now give me, instead of 5, give me 12. That's a little too small, but let's say, let's try something like 7. 7, 8 perhaps. You are better than ChatGPT, yeah, but the reason I can tell you texturing website is because I asked ChatGPT. Marlon asked me, will you be visiting the Netherlands or Germany anytime soon? Germany, probably not. I have a friend who was going to move to Berlin, but he decided not to do that. If he would have moved to Berlin, as far as I know, Warsaw and Berlin are connected pretty well. In which case, I would travel to Berlin quite a lot. But I don't really have Germany on the horizon. However, the Netherlands possibly. I have some friends in the Netherlands. My brother lived in the Netherlands. And from time to time, we go to the Netherlands. So maybe, possibly Netherlands. Oh, here we go with the money questions. Don't you guys know that it's inappropriate to ask that kind of question? Don't you know it's rude? Okay. Let me give you some more good music. Guys, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question. Are you satisfied with your social life? Take that question as you wish. Are you satisfied with your social life? Or are you not? Do you wish you had more cooler friends? Is it yes or no? Are you satisfied? Why is it rude? Well, it's considered to be a very personal question. It's like something like, imagine if you asked me, Aryan, what is the size of your penis? Or it's like you have to understand that some people feel very uncomfortable about disclosing this information publicly. And as a result, we all kind of agree, okay, let's just not talk about this stuff. There's a lot of reasons you can feel uncomfortable about disclosing it. Either you're making so much that you want to be humble, or you're so fucking broke that you're ashamed to admit it. Now, where I am on that ladder, you can try and figure it out for yourself. But in any case, it's a very personal piece of info. It's like asking a lady her weight. She's gonna get offended. I'm not gonna get offended. I'm just letting you know it's a personal question. Okay, it's a question that I don't answer. And from my perspective, it's a little bit distasteful when somebody asks, because I'm Balkan. This is how we are in Denmark, for example. People don't give a fuck. You ask them how much they make, they'll tell you. Wage, whatever, they'll tell you. They have it's not a taboo subject in Denmark. Where I'm from, it's a taboo subject. You don't fucking talk about this shit. It's weird. Like if somebody asks, like, what the fuck's the matter? We want to hang out with that person because they'll ask, and then they'll make us all uncomfortable. That's kind of how it goes. So I guess you'll have to figure it out for yourself. Now this fucker stretched out my... Look what he did to me. Was that the texture? No, it wasn't. Oh no, it's just because of the UV map. Yeah, because I'm mapping by UV instead of generated or object. There we go. And see, now comes a time when we can start thinking about either this little wall back here or this little fence. What's it gonna be? Let's do the fence, because it's a cool little detail to add. And to make the fence, we're gonna do circle, cylinder. Let's do 12. Do you guys understand something about this world? In this world, whether you like it or you can have your opinions. You're free to have whatever opinion you want to have in this world. Okay, you're a human being with free will. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Okay. However, there are other people who might not agree with you. And there are people who might not agree with you to such an extent that they're willing to start a fight over it. They're willing to get very confrontational about it. For example, I really don't like the idea of being homosexual. I don't want to be a homosexual. I don't want to think about being homosexual. I don't want to have nothing to do with that. That's the world I grew up in. Call me a fucking homophobe. I'm sorry. That's how I grew up. So if you come to me and you tell me, Aryan, you should try having sex with a man, I'm just gonna tell you, get the fuck away from me. Okay? And you're gonna be, no, but you gotta listen, don't be, I'm gonna tell you again, get the fuck away from me. But eventually, if you keep pushing, there's gonna be consequences, okay? And you have to understand that there's people in this world that disagree with you, and you cannot push your opinion. You have to restrain yourself, because there's gonna be problems. You gotta know that about this world. And this is something that happened in a particular geopolitical or the particular war going on in this world right now. There was one country, somebody can figure out what I'm talking about, which just couldn't understand that this other country is not okay with something happening. And they just kept pushing, they couldn't understand that this other country will go to great lengths to make sure that this doesn't happen. They just couldn't understand it, they kept pushing, and guess what? Started a fucking war, and that war is not gonna be any good, and it has great potential for escalation. Some people can't handle others not adopting their mindset. That's right. Which I think is in my opinion, is a very ignorant way to live your life. I have my opinions, and I'm not expecting nobody to have mine. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. You got your opinion, I got mine. Let's leave it at that. We can talk about it. Certainly we can debate about it for a lot of subjects. Not all subjects. There are subjects which I'm not willing to debate you on. I'm not willing to debate you on the idea that I don't want to get fucked in the butt. I'm not trying to justify it. I'm just letting you know. I'm not getting fucked in the ass. If you want to fuck me in the ass, you're going to have to kill me. So that's not up for debate. And somebody who can't accept that might end up in a very difficult situation at some point in their life. Who knows? Who knows what can happen? That's how people get killed. 30. Let's do 32. It's only a matter of time. Guys, go follow me on Instagram. I'm gonna post this shit when it's done on Instagram. And also, you guys ask me all these different questions and shit like that. I answer them on Instagram. I just casually pop up Q&A. Pull up, ask me a question, ask me something, or I'll ask you a question, I'll ask you your opinion. I do polls where I'll ask you, okay, is homosexuality a disease? Yes or no? 50% of people say yes, 50% of people say no, and they get mad at me. They start arguing and shit. I'm just observing, I'm just looking at the discussions, and then you can see what other people think, and I share people's responses anonymously, of course. So if you want to participate in stuff like this, I'm telling you, you guys never seen this anywhere before. You don't know no other Blender YouTuber that does this type of shit. So how about this? This is what I do on Aryan Race Instagram. It's called Aryan Race. I'm trying to figure out how much I can talk about a certain class of people before I get banned. It's kind of starting to become a little bit more normalized to criticize them and some of the things they're doing. So it's not quite as controversial as it was before, but you're still going to get into a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble for criticizing them on perfectly reasonable grounds, I may add. So that's something I'm kind of interested in. I'm trying to see how that's going to evolve in the coming years. Some of you will know what I'm talking about. Some of you will not. I really do not think about gays. Okay, me neither. I really don't give a shit about this, man. You do what you want to do. Just you do it over there. I'll do my thing over here, and we're good. Now here's what I want to do. A little detail. I want to make this part of the rail, the bottom part of this rail. I want to make it black. Black as night and black as coal. So what do you guys think about racism? Am I racist? Huh. See, in America, racism is a very sensitive subject. It's like, God forbid, you even acknowledge that people have different skin color. You're racist. You're an asshole. People don't want to talk to you. But where I'm from, in Poland, everybody's just racist. That's just how it is. It's a normal thing. If you're not racist, it's like, who are you trying to please? What are you trying to do? Who are you kidding? What do you mean you're not racist? That's just how it goes, and Americans tend to find this very difficult to accept, and other people have different opinions. I'm being very critical of Americans in this stream, guys, but you know I love everybody. I got dear American friends. I'm just generalizing what I've noticed about it. I've lived in a lot of different places, and I observe that group behaves that way, that group behaves this way. I'm just paying attention. I'm not judging nobody. Say something racist, man. You're gonna make me drop the fucking N-word, and I'm gonna do it. I don't know what's gonna happen, because I got no personal qualms with a hard R. I don't give a fuck, man. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't get this YouTube channel banned too early. I would like to keep it, but I got no problem with a hard R or any of that. In America, you drop a hard R, you're an outcast. You're an outcast in society. Over here, everybody just drops it like in any other word. Everybody just says that fucking word. What's gonna happen? Catch me is the word, man. What's gonna happen to me, guys, if I drop a hard R on stream? I wonder. There's only one way to find out. Okay, we got a little fence, now we need a wall. Man, why is this shit music playing? What is this? Give me something good. It's not bad, but I can do better. It gives me different playlists every single day. I was in Ukraine, where racism is considered normal. When did you go to Ukraine? And when I moved to England and talked to the British, for them, racism is like a mortal sin. Yeah, exactly. In Western cultures, the thing is that in Western societies, and I know my opinion of Western societies is formed from the media, which I know is not necessarily a very good representation of reality, and two, I live in Denmark, and I've been to the Netherlands, and I've spoken to German people, and I've spoken to people from France and from very Western European countries. So, but I'm from an Eastern European country, which is the exact opposite. So I am very aware of the difference between Western culture and Eastern culture. At least I like to think so. And what you are saying seems to be absolutely correct. In Denmark, the idea of racism or homophobia, if you show any reaction whatsoever to the idea that somebody is gay, and somebody who's gay slept with 400 men, if you show any reaction to this whatsoever, now you're an asshole and they don't want to hang out with you. In my world, it's like, dude, we don't have nothing, get the fuck away from me. That's kind of how, that's the environment that I grew up in. If somebody's gay, they don't admit it. It's like, they'll do their best to suppress it, and they'll, okay, yeah, maybe I want to fuck a dude in the ass, but okay, maybe you do that somewhere in the back. But still, a lot of guys are gonna get a wife and kids and just move on with life, because we understand this is how we operate. Whereas in Denmark, oh man, if you're not gay, you're almost homophobic. Isn't that crazy? Same thing in the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, I'll never forget this, man. I don't know how it is in the UK, but in the Netherlands, well, your name is Aryan, and sometimes Aryan is just a name. Sometimes the topics on the stream can get a bit wild. Well, what did I say that's wild? I'm just telling you guys my perspective. I'm not trying to provoke nobody. I don't think anything I said was wild. Wild would be I'm over here talking about, guys, let's get together and, I don't know, do some crazy shit like hurt somebody or so. That would be wild. That would be fucking crazy. I'm just talking shit with you guys. Yeah, you're right. Homosexuality and promiscuity is not the same thing. Of course, it's not the same thing. However, from all the gay people I've met in my life, or at least the ones that I know are gay, I don't know, maybe I've met a lot of them. I've seen a lot of them. I've ran into a lot of them. Well, because I live in Denmark, they're fucking everywhere. Maybe one or two of them, I don't know, to be honest with you, because I don't think, maybe one of them was not an extremely promiscuous individual. When I say extremely, I'm talking about literally lining up 10 men in a fucking week in a dirty ass club under the influence of drugs. That's what I'm not trying to exaggerate this. I'm not hating on you guys. No, I don't hate nobody. This is just what I've observed. These people tend to be fucking crazy. If somebody's gay, I don't have nothing to listen. I don't have nothing against nobody. But this is what I've seen. Like, these people tend to go absolutely fucking crazy, and then you're not supposed to say anything about it because now you're homophobe. Well, I'm sorry, but you know, to me, that makes me very uncomfortable. The fact that you slept with 20 men in a week, I don't know. For me, that's just fucking crazy. I don't want to. It's weird. It makes me uncomfortable. The same way that you don't want to talk to somebody who's a fucking heroin addict tweaking on the bus. You know, it's weird. It makes you uncomfortable. This shit makes me uncomfortable. Sorry, that's how I was raised. Maybe wood. What material should we put up here? I think it should be the same tiles that we have on the ground. Sweden definitely gayer than Denmark. I do believe that. White. What the fuck? Oh, I get it. Because we gotta map it by object, I think. Yeah, I am planning to create those flowers. I don't know if I'll do them on this stream. Yeah, maybe we should do them. Let's do some flowers, and then we're gonna wrap it up because that's gonna be the best part of the stream. Here's how we're gonna make these flowers, guys. Somebody help me. Is there a lady in the chat? I don't know. I got 6.2%. I think of my audience is female, and ladies tend to like flowers, in my experience. Maybe I'm sexist, but tell me, what flower is this? What flower can I look up right now that's gonna be very similar to the one that we're looking at here? Somebody help me, so I can look at some closer pictures. So I can get some leaves. So I can get some flowers. You meditate, as in do I sit down? So they ask me this every stream, as in do I sit down and just consciously clear my mind or pursue certain thoughts? I do that in the gym. When I'm at the gym, well, maybe not. In the gym, for example, here's how I spend my days. I wake up, drink a coffee, wash my face and all that, and I'm working at the computer as soon as I get up. And then I'll have a couple hours of that. While my stomach is still empty, I'll hit the gym. Okay. And as I'm on my way to the gym, now I have some time to think. I'm just walking around. I'm thinking about, okay, what am I going to do? I'm making some plans. I'm processing certain ideas, which I got to process. I kind of save these things for the walk to the gym and the walk back. And then when I'm at the gym, I have to get into a certain zone, into a certain mental state where I just forget about everything. Because when you're doing powerlifting like I'm doing, when you're training with these programs, when you got to do 2 sets of, I don't know, for me at least, I'm 86 kilos. When I got to lift 2 sets of 170 kilos in the deadlift for 5 reps, it's like you're just trying to focus on staying alive to get yourself through this. When you're squatting 3 plates for reps at my weight, for me, it's like I'm just trying to stay alive. I have no thoughts outside of this, no thoughts and nothing. My mind is clear, and it's a beautiful feeling. That's why I do it. So that, for me, I guess that counts as meditation. What do you think about geometry nodes? Yeah, they're cool, but I rarely use them. Okay, I'm not even gonna try them. Something Vila plant. Excuse my ignorance, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how the fuck you pronounce that. Okay, it is something like that. Copy image. Let's place them over here. Something like that. This is a small one. Look, there's bigger ones. Kind of like this. Let's see. Oh, this is the plant that we're dealing with. That's the fucking plant. Bougainvillea plant. So here's our options. Here's how you make plants in Blender. Option A, we download them. Flower. That's option A. This is what happens when you search flower on Sketchfab. Well, I ain't downloading flowers by the looks of it, so we got option B. Option B is you model one of the flowers and you scatter it, or you can use geometry nodes, but I'm not skilled enough with geometry nodes to make flowers like this, okay? I can scatter stuff, but what I know how to do with geometry nodes is model something and distribute it in a quite natural way. However, it takes me some more mental power and some more concentration than I'm willing to invest right now. I don't feel like going through that trouble. So another option is we can take images which are like transparent PNG pictures with a damn flower and leaves and all this, and we can arrange those in a way that creates a plant. So for example, if you look at this thing right here, we're gonna make one of these little flowers. Let's try making one of these little flowers, and then we're gonna turn it into, this is how I'm gonna make these plants from scratch, guys. This is what I want to do just for the stream, right? There's a million different ways to do this, of course. I'm not saying this is the best way, but this is how I want to do it right now. We're gonna make one of these little flowers in Blender. I'm gonna literally model the petal and these little things, and then we're gonna bake that shit onto an image, so that we can use that image. We can just have a plane, and that, or we can put two planes together, like through each other, like this, right? Two planes like this, and they're gonna have this little picture. So when you look at it from a distance, it looks like a flower. And in this case, that might work pretty well. Now, to make this kind of flower, it really depends on how far you want to get into the details. And by the way, guys, these plants, if I'm going to make these plants here today, if I finish them, they're going to be available for download on Patreon. And there's a link for that in my YouTube profile description. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to take a little, let's do a plane. Let's do a plane. Let's do subdivide. Any thoughts on V-Ray? Not really. I heard it's pretty good. I heard it has some advantages and some disadvantages. I heard it's slower than Cycles. I heard it can give you, but I don't know. Somebody asked me this question the other day, but I don't have an opinion. Okay, so we got a little petal like this. Boom. We can maybe use some crease to change its shape. Get my lights under control. It looks like a sex club in here. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and now I'm gonna fall asleep on this goddamn stream, guys. I can feel my mind. My mind is declining. It's like I'm an old man, but I still, after the stream cuts off, I got work to do, guys. It's gonna be a long night. Okay, so we make one of these, and now we can debate on whether we should paint these little, we can texture paint these little lines. I'm not gonna go through that because we're not gonna see these from close enough. So what we are gonna do is this. Can you make we can bake alpha. Can we make, okay, like this. Give me a plane right here. Okay, new image. Petal, petal. New image texture node. So let's do, I don't think we need any more than 256 by 256. Pink petal. Pink petal, and now we're gonna bake, which means we need cycles. we need some cycles, and we're gonna set the number of samples to render to 128. Bake diffuse. Select it to active my size, my margin size to be 1. Color, only direct color. Pink petal, here's what we're baking. Pink petal. Boom. Any thoughts on Meshi? I have no idea what that is. If you meet a successful person and suddenly find out that they play video games, will you change your opinion and see them differently? Well, the same way that I will change my opinion about somebody when I find out that, I don't know, if I found out that somebody plays tennis, I now have a different opinion of them, because now I think that they're a tennis player, right? So, if I find out that somebody plays video games, that tells me that they are not, or that on that matter we disagree. And now, it's up to me to decide whether or not I want to continue spending... Listen, I spend time with people that I completely disagree with on some subjects, don't I? I spend time with people who are completely different to me. Because what somebody does, of course, well, listen, of course I'm going to view them differently, of course, but it doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna dislike that person for whatever reason. It's just I think that this person is doing something which is wrong, the same way that they think I'm doing something wrong in my life. Okay, so probably this would cause some sort of a little bit of a divide, because now I feel like probably it's not a good idea for us to get into this shit. I don't want them to see, you know, maybe, you know, it's like it can cause problems. So, well, you know, my closest friends, none of my closest friends and the people that I really roll with, none of them play video games. Do they? No, I really don't. None of my closest friends play video games, because my closest friends are people that I chose to surround myself with because they view the world the same way I do, and we have a shared goal. And we know exactly what we're doing the same shit to get there, right? So my people don't play video games the same way that my people work out. My closest friends work out. That's how it goes. Again, my closest friends work out. And when I meet somebody and I find out that they don't, or if I find out they're fat, okay, I don't think that this person is going to be a very close friend of mine. Unless they're really trying to, unless they're really serious about losing weight. But if they're comfortable being fat, I don't think we can be really good friends. Because for me, this is completely unacceptable. I don't want to surround myself with people who think it's acceptable to be overweight. Because I don't want that mentality to rub off on me. I don't want that to bleed into my life. I think it's completely unacceptable. Pergola, what's a pergola? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Excuse my ignorance. See, we also baked alpha, so now when we go back, Eevee, we can go back to rendered view. Now we can plug this little fucker into the plane color. And I want alpha into alpha. And then I go material settings. Opaque, we're gonna do alpha clip. And alpha clip. And just like that, we got a little pedal. Now this is a pretty shitty pedal. And now you can decide whether or not you want to do a little bit of whatever. Anyway, this is the way to make flowers now, is something sort of like this. You can put some of these together, and if you want to, you can deform them. But the idea here is that you got this little pedal. You got this shape which was previously pretty high poly, but now it's a very low poly object, right? So you kind of bust it up a little bit if you want to. You can do whatever you want to do. Okay, I'm gonna join these two together. And on top of that, we might want to add some more details. So I don't think we have to, because it's such a fine thing. Maybe we want to make the middle part a little bit dark. We can do that with some texture painting, perhaps. With some texture painting. Okay. Texture painting, guys, is absolutely terrible in Blender. It's a very fucked up feature. It's a very horrible feature. And give me my fall off. My fall off, I want it to be more like this, let's say. Boom. A little bit softer. This is ridiculous. This is just truly ridiculous. Anyway, I don't want to spend no more time on this goddamn pedal. But now, if we want to line this over a little branch, let's say. So we got a little branch here, and that branch got more branches sticking out of it. And then there's some leaves. And all of this can be baked onto, it can be modeled and baked onto a texture. Okay, it can be baked in the normal map, in the diffuse map. Gaming is a waste of time. Make a game and make some money. Phillips understands me full well. However, I would disagree because I don't believe in bringing. I would not want to supply the world with something as fucked up as video games. I don't want to. I lack the passion required to commit. I think this is just fucking stupid. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm a hypocrite because I would be willing to make cartoons for children probably. But the idea that I'm providing something which I think is for children, for adults, I don't know, it just doesn't sit well with me. I feel like, I don't know, it's weird to me. For me, it's weird. When I see a grown man, I don't know, it's weird to me, man. I think it's, you're setting yourself up for a fucked up life by playing video games. And I think anybody so far who has disagreed with me on that subject, they ended up not doing too well. And those who have not reached there yet, to me it seems pretty clear that they're heading in that path. And they're going to get dumped because their girl's going to cheat on them with somebody like me. And then they're going to tell me, Aryan, you were right. So for me, this is my experience so far. If you want to get cheated on by your girlfriend, go turn on that video game. And once again, someone's going to pull up Elon Musk as an example. Now we can make a little branch. A little fucked up branch. Shitty little branch, which is gonna have some more geometry like this. In fact, let's give me some more loop cuts here. So I can make some more branches, right? Okay, like this. Give me one over here. Too thick. Boom. Boom. You know what I feel is the case? Most men who play video games, they use video games as a way to fill in a void. To fill in a void. See, for me, I really have no interest and no desire to play video games. If I want to do something fun, I'm gonna go hang out with a hot girl. If I want to do something fun, I'm gonna hang out with my brother. We're gonna talk shit and hang out. I'm gonna call my father and we're gonna talk about geopolitics. If I want to do something fun, I'm gonna go to a party and just watch some retards behave like idiots and just observe. That's fun for me. Fun for me is in the real world. If I want to relax, I hit the. You know what's fun? Lifting 200 kilos. That's fun to do, and everybody's watching. And there's a guy who plays video games in the corner with his hot girlfriend, but she's watching me deadlift. That's fun to do, to be honest with you. It's really fun. You know what's fun? Beating the fuck out of somebody in the boxing ring is pretty fun. All that shit is pretty fun. So for me, when I think, okay, I want to relax and do something fun or whatever, I think about those things. The idea of video games doesn't occur to me. The only way that I can imagine somebody getting video games come up in their mind when they're looking for a solution to their boredom or their need for relaxation is that they don't have the options to do these things. They don't have the options to hang out with a very hot girl who's always a very fun time to be with. That's why they go to video games. But then they're gonna tell you, no. I just want to. Fuck you. Everybody knows, guys, Titties are better than video games. Everybody knows that. Can we agree on that, please, guys? Can we agree on one thing? I think we can all agree on that. If not, listen, anybody who disagrees with that is a goddamn liar. I think I can state that with full confidence. Uh-oh. I can state that with full confidence. Anybody who disagrees with the idea that titties are better than video games is a goddamn liar. I say that on camera right here, right now. I'm spending way more time than I should on this plant. But it's gonna be a pretty damn good plant, I think. We'll see. I'm drunk. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's Christmas, guys. I'm not worried about a fucking flower. I'm just worried about hanging out with you guys. Like I said to you before. Okay. So we got some branches. How about this? Maybe we can make another one stick out of here somewhere. Boom. And maybe we can do another one yet. Or yet another one. Over here. Don't you think if you need some time to relax your mind, don't you think maybe it's better to read some Wikipedia? To learn something? To do something intelligent, something productive, something which is actually going to benefit you in the real world? Playing Red Dead Redemption? Who are you kidding? Hey, you guys do what you want to do, I'm just saying. I wouldn't do that shit if I were you. Your digital footprint is cooked. Okay, well, how is that? My digital, meaning 10 years from now, someone's going to look up Aryan's stream and they're going to say, oh, you fucking asshole, and I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. For speaking my honest mind on the internet, just hanging out with some people. If it comes to that, then, well... If I can't live a life where I can freely express myself and I can openly hang out with people and talk, say what's on my mind, then what the fuck is the point? What kind of world is that? Yeah, here we go. Here we got a Crusader. You also spend some... I hope you stay long enough, procedural coffee. I know you're angry and emotionally stimulated. I hope you stay long enough so we can resolve this, because this is going to be a good one. You also spend more time on chat telling others what to do with their lives than perfecting yours, really. You're streaming teaching people how to make shitty tree and you clearly don't know. End of story, kid, you're cooked. Let me tell you something. Procedural coffee. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody watches you, nobody can know you're nobody. Okay, I'm just remember that. So when you say these kind of things, right now you're upset, and I'm over here having a great time with my audience debating. I'm just think about whether I think to myself, do I want to be like the person in the fucking comment section saying this type? No, the fuck I don't. Fuck you. You should be if you don't like my stream, if you don't like what I'm talking about. What you should be doing on Christmas Eve or Christmas evening is spending time with your loved ones. Spending time with people you care about. Doing something you enjoy. Instead, you're getting upset in my comment section. So that says a lot about you and your options and your life in general. So just keep that in mind. But I'm assuming you're mad at me because of what I said about video games. So I guess you better go turn on that video game. And by the way, please tell me, share with me your girlfriend's Instagram account while you're at it. Look what the blender did to me, guys. They fucked up my flour. Because what we baked, does somebody know why this happens? Sometimes you bake something and it just goes black. It just disappears. Blender just doesn't, I don't know why, it just overwrites it with something. Why the fuck does that happen? Aryan, should I keep learning Blender if I make money from Roblox and my skill set is enough for what I'm doing at the moment. Making about 5k per month. Learning Blender if I make money from Roblox tonight. Well, it depends on what your goal is. If you're happy with the amount of money you're making right now, then you don't gotta do nothing else. You got 5k a month. I don't know where you live, but for most of the world, that's a pretty good income. Now, if you want to make 25k per month, that's a different story. Then it should be in your interest to gain or develop new skills, which you're going to be able to use to get more money, right? So in that case, if Blender is something which is clearly worth learning for you, in order to get to where you want to be, in order to reach your goals, then, well, you should learn it. But if not, then no. Aryan, how do you make money on Roblox? I have no fucking idea. Well, Roblox, I know, listen, okay, I know some guys that are making good money with, or that made some good money with Roblox, let's put it like that. And from what I recall, it's like, okay, Roblox is this game. I never played Roblox, I never turned on Roblox. I have no fucking clue how this stuff works. But you can make assets which you can use in this game, from what I understand. Like, for example, I can take a little shitty flower that I just made, or I can take a little building that I put together, and then I can use that inside of Roblox in some way. I can put it into a world or something, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. And there are people who are willing to pay money for that. For example, he wants to have a certain car in this Roblox video game, so he's gonna pay you lots of money for you to make him that car. So if you're a 3D artist, this is how you can make money. This is what I think I've seen other people do, right? And this is how I think it works. When people tell me, yeah, I made money making Roblox models, I think this is what it is. So that's how you can make money with Roblox. But maybe somebody who plays Roblox can correct me. Procedural coffee, where did you go? I think video games are the most controversial topic on Aryan's channel, maybe. Okay. I really don't feel like making this goddamn flower again. Well, procedural coffee says I don't know how to do it, so I kind of feel a need to prove myself to him. But I really don't feel like fucking doing it. So what should we do, guys? Should we make the flower or should we do something else? Because procedural coffee is not even watching anymore. He forgot. He's playing video games and maybe masturbating somewhere. Or maybe looking at my girlfriend on Instagram. What should we do next, guys? Tell me. Because I'm in the mood to do some more modeling, but Blender just fucked me with the plant. I don't think, no, listen, here's what happened. What happened was, I baked the little flower here, which I wanted to distribute on these branches and make some leaves as well. I baked it as a texture, but for some reason it just turned black, right? I don't know why. Just use premium. Okay, tell me where, okay, let's download some, we can download flowers. Tell me, give me a link. I don't want to look for assets either. Let me find something that I do feel like doing, because guys, remember, I'm fucking roasted right now. So let me find something that intrigues me about this, which maybe we can do. I don't want to do furniture. Maybe we can finish up the fucking roof. How about that? That started off pretty well. Restart Blender. Okay, maybe. Nope. Because what you should do with this type of stuff is you should always save something when you bake it, because Blender will fuck you. But I really don't feel like making the flower, so we're just gonna let it slide. We're gonna let it slide. Instead, let's bring some of this roofing up here to this corner. And then we're gonna call it a day once we do that. Maybe put some more pillars in the back or something. Maybe make some more walls back here. For example, I can take this thing. I don't need this edge loop. I can take this thing. And then I can take it around the corner like this, look. No, but it's supposed to be a little bit lower. So let's do this. I'm gonna take this. We're gonna place it somewhere around here because you're not gonna be able to see this too well anyway. But it's supposed to be somewhere just above this roof like this, where it just kind of extrudes out, and now we got another wall back here, which goes quite far down here. It connects probably with this wall. Now this is AI, guys, so this shit is not realistic. Get some flour and get baked. What do you think about architecture? Well, I think architecture is something that really attracts me personally, because it's something that I feel like if you're doing architecture, you're using your skills to build something in the real world, to build something useful. Like you're constructing infrastructure that's useful to humanity. You're building buildings. You're putting roofs over people's heads. Okay. So that's how I feel. It intrigues me for that reason. That's how I feel about it. And that's why I really like architectural visualization. But of course, architectural visualization does not work without the architecture. You know what's great, guys? On every live stream I do, there's always a little, there's always one guy. There's always just one person that gets really upset. At least one person that gets really mad at something. Like that coffee guy. He was clearly, really honestly upset by what I was saying. Every time this happens, and there's at least one. And to be honest with you guys, to be completely honest with you, I know I'm over here talking about Jesus and I'm over here talking about Christianity, but I've always been this way. I've always felt a little kick when somebody reacts. It gives me like a bit of satisfaction when somebody responds this way. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm like, yeah. Because to me, it kind of feels like what I was saying proved to be correct. Because the only way, for me, in my opinion, an adult cannot react this way. If you're an adult, you can't allow yourself to react emotionally to what somebody else is saying and to let that emotion control. Of course, you feel emotions from certain things, but you can't let that control how you behave and how you treat people, right? So when you go insulting somebody, you get mad and all this. Clearly, this person was being, their behavior was controlled by their emotions, right? So for me, it's like, it's a little bit scary to think that this is a person that can operate a vehicle. This is a person that can vote. Well, democracy is not a real thing, but you know, in theory, they can vote, so they have the power to decide, in theory, who runs a country. This person has all the liberties. Technically, they have the same rights, according to the law, as you and I do. To me, this is a little bit scary. I don't know. To me, it's a bit... I get a little bit cautious. I feel like I need to be cautious when I'm walking around the street because these kind of people, because these are the type of people who lash out. You got to be careful. You got to be ready for them. Because who knows? This is the type of guy that pulls a blade just because you look better than him, so he's jealous at a bar. He wants to fight you because you're more attractive, or maybe he saw his girl talking to you in a way that he doesn't like, so now he wants to stab you because he knows that his girl likes you more than him. This type of shit happens all the time. I don't know if you guys go out much, but this is how it goes down in the real world. And it's usually this kind of person. Because you see that everybody else here in the chat, even though most people here disagree with me on my position on video games. Okay, well, we respectfully disagree with me, and you'll tell me your opinion, I'll tell you my opinion. Maybe I'll make fun of you, maybe you'll make fun of me a little bit, but you guys know that we were able to have a sort of civilized discussion. Nobody got so upset that threw a fucking tantrum or something. So when it does happen, it's like, yeah, that's that's what happens when you play video games. Okay, let's get rid of this part. And then we're gonna need one of these again. So bring him. But we're gonna rotate him by 90 on the X and another 90 on the Z. And we're gonna put him up here. There we go. There's something so sad. Maybe I should be a construction worker. There's something so satisfying to me about putting these tiles together right now. Maybe it's the booze. Who knows? Okay, now I want to turn this around the corner, and I'll do that by taking this edge and rotating it by minus 90 on the Z. Now I can place the cursor there and extrude this thing all the way out to there. Because now we got a little corner. Well, we don't need this part. Okay. Guys, what'd you do for Christmas? Did you spend time with your family? Do you buy gifts on Christmas? Do you buy gifts for your people in Christmas, on Christmas time? Or do you believe in the idea of gifting stuff? Do you know where this comes from? Gifting stuff on Christmas. What do you guys think about this? Tell me what you think, and I'll tell you what I think. I'll impose my opinion on you. Should I go to college so that if my career in game development or 3D doesn't work out, I have a backup plan? Oh, don't get me started on backup plans. Let me go to the bathroom again. That's how it is when you drink. And then we'll talk about uni. University. No, give me a gift. Story about 3 wise men bringing gifts. Yeah, it was the 3 kings. Yeah, sure thing, Blender can create beautiful ArchViz. Absolutely. Okay, guys, listen, let me tell you what university is. University is a place, an institution designed to provide you with a certain set of skills so that you can use those skills later on in the real world to get a job, right? That's the whole idea. That's what they're telling us from when we're little children. Let me ask you guys a question. I don't know. I probably also talk about this on every single live stream that I ever do. But how many people do you know? And I know a lot of these kind of people. How many people do you know? They went to uni, and then they graduated at some university, whatever the case may be, and now they're talking about, well, I can't find a job. There's no work. There's no employment opportunities. Even though they're living in a perfectly healthy economy like Denmark, for example, or any other economy in the European Union. Generally, they're pretty fucking healthy economies, right? At least to the degree where you can get a job if you got a skill from university, if you apply yourself. There's jobs. There's job opportunity. We're not talking about Somalia, okay? You guys know those kind of people? Because I know a lot of those kind of people. And the reason this is happening is because you go to uni, you get a skill, okay, it's like, I know how to draw, okay, I'm good at drawing. But just because I'm good at drawing, does that mean that I'm gonna be able to make a living? Does that mean, you know what I'm saying? So they give you a skill, but they don't teach you how to employ that shit in real life. They don't teach you how to go about the grind of finding jobs. They don't teach you much about networking, for example, or how to get employed. They don't teach you about the mentality of the kind of consistency that you have to have in your daily activities if you want to find a good job. You need to have a mindset to be able to do this, right? They don't teach you this at university. So to me, the idea that university is going to be some sort of a backup plan, or it's some sort of a plan B, for me, I don't really see it. Okay, maybe if you get I don't know, we're not talking about doctors and lawyers and stuff like that, just to be clear. We're talking about you going to uni to be, I don't know, marketing specialist. That's great. But if you want to get good at marketing, you can just Google it, okay? And then if you're able to produce something through your efforts and educating yourself, to produce something which clearly shows that you have certain skills, you're gonna find somebody who's gonna want to hire you. If I'm gonna hire somebody, I don't care if they got a fucking diploma. I just want to see, are they able to do what I wanted? What the fuck? What does the paper do? Okay, this guy's got skills. Yeah, you didn't even finish elementary school. What do I care? It's none of my business. You can do what I need you to do. Boom, let's work. That's how it goes in the real world. The problem is that people are not taught to think this way, to think, okay, I have something which can benefit somebody. How can I find somebody who I can benefit with these skills? No, they think I have a piece of paper. Now I'm entitled to the job. The job is not knocking on my door, so there's no work. There's no employment in the industry. That's how a lot of people think. Nothing I can do. So I don't think that university is going to give you any more of a backup plan than any other skill you can learn on your own is going to give you. Boom, boom, boom. Guys, I need somebody to argue with. Now it's getting late. I need somebody to argue with about something. We need another coffee man. What the fuck was his name? About video games, why do you dislike it so much? I make my money almost completely passive, so I can pretty much do whatever I want in my free time, so I like to play games. Okay. Let's talk more about video games. Let me just make something clear, okay? Because somebody misunderstood me earlier. When I say I don't like video games when I criticize video games, I'm not saying that I dislike you because you play video games, or I'm gonna treat you in a bad way because you play video games. You're a free man, I'm a free man. This is your decision. You can decide to do with your life whatever you want to do. If you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. If you're respectful to me, I'm respectful to you. Okay? I'm not gonna tell nobody what to do with their life unless they ask me. And a lot of people do ask me, that's why I say these things. Okay? And since you asked me, I'm gonna tell you. Okay? You said that you have passive income, so you can do whatever you want. You can live, you can be anywhere you want, whenever you want. You don't give a fuck. You can play video games all day for the most part, but you probably have to do some work, but you do it whenever you want. Otherwise, you can just play video games. Okay, if you're making money from stocks and I don't know, gold, or I don't know what kind of dividends from something, probably there's a lot of people who can just kick back. They don't give a fuck, feet on their table. They don't have to do nothing for another day in their life ever. Okay, if you're one of those guys and then you choose to play video games, you can do that. What I'm telling you, my opinion is that there is more to life. There is so much to this life. that playing video games is just not worth it. Why the fuck would you play video games when you have the freedom to go anywhere you want? For me, it's like, I don't think people understand how beautiful this life is, and how amazing an experience you can have by living life in the real world. Why the fuck would you turn on the video game? To me, it just doesn't make any sense. Okay, it's convenient. Somebody told me you can do things in a video game that you can't do in real life. Okay, you can be Spider-Man hanging off of buildings. But does that really bring you more reward than if you think about some of the things that you can, some of the beautiful things that you can experience in this life? Are you guys aware of how beautiful nature is? Are you aware of how interesting people there are in this world? Are you aware of how cool it can be to hang out with true friends and go on adventures with them? For me, the things I've experienced, I've played a lot of video games, guys. I've grew up with this shit. There's no video game that ever brought me anywhere even close. It's not even a discussion, in my opinion. It does not even bring me anywhere close to the satisfaction that I know I can get from real life, that I know I've received from real life. So for me, it's like, why the fuck would I do anything else other than pursue what life really has to offer? Why would I turn on the video game? For me, it's just silly. It's like, I don't understand it. Okay, if you want to do it, that's okay. You can do it. There's no problem with that. You can go play video games. I'm just letting you know, this is my experience. This is why I don't like it, because I think that people who play video games, they don't understand. Because if you did understand what's out there, you wouldn't want to be playing no video game. So I think you're missing out. That's all I'm saying. Let's do some better sunshine. We don't even have screen space reflections. We don't even have shadows. That's why we gotta be in cycles. Now we got some shadows. And this is probably supposed to go all the way down here. What do you think about my point of view, Jafar Wazé? Because Jafar, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name correctly. You seem to be a rational individual. You seem to be somebody capable of having a reasonable discussion. So I'm curious what you think about my take. This is just my opinion, right? I'm curious if you have, maybe I'm missing something. Are video games so good that it's better to play video games than spend time with a hot girl or spend time with your family? Because one day, the way I see it, one day, my favorite person in the world right now is gonna die. One day. It might be next week. You don't know. And I would never forgive myself if, okay, I'm looking back at life, I could have spent another day with that person, but instead I was busy playing video games. Because for me, quality time with people that you love is so much more valuable than video games. Why the fuck would I want to play a video game? That's my honest opinion. That's how I see it. I don't understand how it can be any other way. Video games with friends is a different story. Okay, but you know what's an even different story? Going out on an adventure in the wild with your friends, with some hot girls. Okay, that's a whole different experience. Because I'm telling you, I've been on both. And I'm telling you, there ain't no video game in the world that can get anywhere even close to the experience you can get in real life with your friends. The problem is, well, if your friends are boring and they're fucking losers and they get all weird when they go outside and they don't know how to make a fun situation in real life, that's different. But I'm telling you, people like that exist. And if you get into a position where you can interact with these kind of people and you can be one of these people, video games are nothing compared to it. It's a silly fucking little bullshit game. It's ridiculous. Real life is so much better. That's all I'm trying to tell you. There's so much more stuff to do in this world. Do you have any tips for people to struggle to interact and connect with people in the real world? Yes, I do, because I was one of those people. And now, I am one of those people who performs very well in this area. At least from my perspective, in my opinion. This is what some other people have told me as well. I remember being a teenager. I remember being very shy and anxious. I wasn't confident in myself. I didn't like the idea of starting conversations with strangers or, God forbid, pretty girls. That scared me. I didn't know what to talk about. There was a lot of awkward silences. If I'm sitting in a car with somebody, maybe I'm just awkward. I don't know what to talk about. I don't know, I was one of those guys. But I've always realized that people who connect with people socially in the real world, who are good at interacting, their life is a million times better. Because he can talk to the girl that I have a crush on. I don't know how to talk to her. That's how I felt when I was a teenager. He can have all the cool friends. He gets invited to the party. I don't. I'm just at home. I don't got nobody to talk to. And the cool, the people that are interesting, they don't want to hang out with me. That's the position that I've been in. And I've decided I've had enough of this shit. I don't want to live my life like I want to live life in the real world like I see other people living. I don't want to be a fucking loser. That was my experience. So I realized, okay, what do I gotta do? I want in. What do I gotta do? Okay. You observe. You look at those guys. You look at guys like Aryan in your university or whatever. You look at guys, okay, well that guy, look, he's talking to that girl and she's giggling and laughing and she's having a great time talking to him. But yesterday I saw him on a date with the what the fuck's happening? Okay, and then tomorrow he's fucking throwing a party and everybody, he's hanging out with everybody. I would look at these kind of guys in high school, for example, and I would, okay, what the fuck is he doing to be this? How is he doing it? How can I do the same? See, a lot of guys, they'll just get jealous. Oh, he's talking to my, you see him talking to your crush, you get jealous, so you hate him and you resent him, and then you just want to, you have all this negative emotion building up in you. But I was always wise enough, I guess my mom raised me properly, and my dad taught me the things that I have to know about this world. And they told me when somebody has something that you want to have and you don't have, okay, you observe them and you look at how they got it instead of getting mad. Why the fuck? What are you gonna get if you get mad? Now you're mad, he's still fucking your crush. What did you gain from that? But if you just observe, just take it easy. Just observe, go look at him and admire him rather than being mad at him, and try to emulate what is he doing. Okay, for example, you can see that for example, I noticed that people who have the life that I want to have, they're very animated in their speech, like I am right now. I'm using my hands a lot. I'm using my, your body language is quite energetic. You talk a lot. I noticed that people talk a lot. The people who they have the life that I want to have, they're just very fucking talkative. They can talk a lot. They have a lot of different things to talk about. They always seem very relaxed and cool. They laugh a lot. They smile a lot. They fuck around a lot. They go out a lot. Okay, so what do they do? Okay, this guy plays guitar. Okay, this guy goes to the gym. This guy does sports. This guy's, okay, well, let me do those things. Okay, how do you become a better conversationalist? I Google this shit. I read a book about conversation. How to have things to talk about. How to be a social person. I would just study the subject. Okay, well, now I come out on the other end. I have all these skills. So now I qualify. I can play this fucking game now. Right? That's kind of how the process went for me. I can give you some more concrete tips if you wanna hear them. If you ask me something a little bit more specific, I hope that answers your question. Is it true that you can feel the love in adventure with a girl? I don't understand the question. You talk as if people who play video games do it all day long. Well, I mean, I don't understand. Well, because people that I know that play video games, they do it at the same pace where I'm hitting the gym. When they're playing video games, I'm training more than they're playing video games. Okay, and then when I take my shirt off, then they're like, oh my god, I want to look like you. I want to be lifting weights like you. I want to have this. I want to have this. How do you have this great thing going on in your life? How do you travel so much? Then they're looking at me, but dude, it's because when you were playing video games, I was focusing on these things. Yeah, I completely understand you. I'd like to spend my time doing other things and stuff as well, but for my situation, I mostly play it to gather ideas. So okay, I understand that. But I think playing video games could be seen as work. Yeah, surely it could be seen. For me, drinking and smoking cigarettes could be seen as work because I'm over here making content on my YouTube channel. So it's a slippery slope. But only if you know you have the skills to utilize ideas and gather them. Yeah, okay. You believe in the winter arc? Because people who promote this concept practically forbid parties and girls and only focus on hard and effective work. Okay, so winter arc is like it's winter time. It's winter time and now there's nothing to do. It's just cold and shitty and dark outside. So now we're gonna focus on work. What the fuck have you been doing this whole time? For me, I mean, my routine doesn't really change much. For me, I have certain things I want in my life, regardless of whether it's winter or summer or spring. I'm gonna be doing what I gotta do to get those things, right? So for me, the idea that I'm gonna change my behavior in the winter because nobody else is doing anything, so I might as well just be at home working, that's just silly. That's just like groupthink, right? Sheep, herd mentality. For me, nothing really changed. Sure, probably there's less temptation because now if it's shitty weather, I don't want to go outside. If it's sunny, I kind of want to go outside, so it takes some discipline to stay inside. But in general, I mean, for me, it's like I have a life that I want to live, and all my time is optimized towards living that life. That's how I view it. Either I'm doing that or I'm not doing. I'm sleeping. I don't know. The decisions that I make with my time are conscious. If I'm drinking with my best friends, and we're having a great time, and I'm bonding with them, because that's gonna lead to the future that I want to have. Video games are where everything is work. You play hard and work hard. Yeah, well, if you're in the video game business, certainly they work. But like I said, I don't like the idea of supplying the world with some bullshit. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Everybody's got a different story going on. People love this subject. People love getting mad at me for this subject. I'm just saying, I don't play video games because video games don't take me to where I want to be. It's other things in life that take me to where I want to be. That's why I don't play video games, because I got shit to do. That's what it is for me. If you want to be a game developer, okay, maybe you gotta play video games. I don't want to be a game developer, so I don't play video games. Does IQ matter? One day we'll make Aryan change his mind. Okay, why? What? No, listen, I'm open right now. Here, okay, give it your best shot. I'm sitting here right now ready to have my mind changed. Convince me, please, to play a video game. Convince me to become somebody who engages in video game playing, right? Why should I do it? What's in it for me? Why? Okay, tell me. Why would I want to play video games? What do I gain from that? Let's start with that. Sell me the idea, please. I'm sitting here genuinely ready to have my mind changed. If I'm wrong, if I'm missing something, please tell me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. Who knows? Maybe I totally follow. Maybe life is better sitting at a computer with a gut than it is being jacked and spending time with a hot girl. Give me some blues, man. Yeah. Tell me, guys, get me to turn on a fucking video game. I think playing games as a hobby is only acceptable if you have a stable income and work out regularly. Otherwise, I see it as a waste of time. Well, I probably agree with you with that. They get so mad. I don't understand why you guys get so mad about this shit. What is it to you if I hate video games? Not you guys, but you know, some people. You saw the guy earlier. He fucking tilted. This guy, that was the kind. Let me explain something to you. The guy that came in here earlier, coffee, whatever the fuck. When you have somebody lash out like this in real life, this is the kind of person that will, you know, they'll get in your face. Maybe they'll start a confrontation. I mean, of course, he's probably a pussy in real life, so he would never. If a guy like me walks in the room, this guy is just scared. He's just shitting himself. That's how it goes. But if you behave this way in real life, someone's gonna punch you in the face. You're gonna get knocked the fuck out. So it's just such a delusional, such a level of delusion that you have to be on to behave this way that it's amazing to me, honestly. But thankfully, there's nobody like this here right now. It's a doorway to new experiences, skills, and connections. You know what else is a doorway to new experiences, skills, and connections? Real fucking life. You go out there. You know what kind of people are out there in the world? You have no idea. You know what kind of things you can experience? Do you have any idea what's out there? Do you have any idea the kind of things I've seen, the kind of conversations I've had, the people that I've met? There ain't no video game that gets anywhere close to that. What experience? No video game can provide the experience of living real life. Hello there. Are you talking about drugs? No, but I'm about to if you ask me. You guys know I love that subject. And now, this will go hand in hand. I'm over here rejecting video games, and then I'm over here saying positive things about drugs. Oh, there. That's gonna be good. You get a lot of ideas by playing video games. It improves your ability to create and design, but do not ignore everything. Okay, let me try to draw a parallel. Okay, I understand. One thing that I do really like to do is watch a good fucking movie. Now, I don't watch movies. I watch 2 movies a year, maybe. But it's something that I really enjoy doing. When I was growing up, I really liked watching movies. And to this day, I really have that passion in me. I just don't do it because I got more important things to do and I don't have time for entertaining myself with pixels on a screen. Okay? However, I do love to sit down with my closest friends, my father, for example, pour some whiskey and watch a good Tarantino movie and talk about it. For me, that's quality time spent with my father. Okay? And I also feel like a lot of times, which is probably similar for video games, but a lot of times movies can culturally enrich you. They can open your mind. They can make you aware of certain things, certain aspects of reality, which I'm sure is also an argument you can make for video games. To be honest with you, I don't know what exactly, what is the position that you guys are taking, what is the position that I'm taking. I'm just justifying why I don't play video games. I'm not saying you gotta get killed if you're playing video games. A good game can offer just as much as a good book or movie. It is a fundamentally different thing. Because when you play a game, okay, here's how it goes from my perspective. You put on this thing, generally speaking, you put on this thing which is designed to stimulate you. If you look at this from an outside perspective, to me, what I see is a rat. When he gets that button in the lab and they supply him with a little bit of cocaine and he just presses that fucking button and he's over here playing his fucking video game, enjoying the hell out of himself. He just forgets about everything else. There's foam coming out of his mouth because of the pleasure, the stimulus he's getting from the game, right? It's like jerking off. That's kind of, I can't help but get this impression when I'm thinking video games, right? Now I know, okay, there's games that guide you through a storyline and all this, but listen, a book is designed not to stimulate you, but it's designed, a good book is designed to expand your intellect. That's what it's designed for. It's a totally different thing. I'm not talking about if you're reading, I don't know what bullshit, I don't know, some novels and kid stories and shit like that. I'm talking about if you read a good book, if you read a couple of George Orwell novels, if you read something really intelligent, if you read some Machiavelli, you're going to become more intellectually sophisticated. I've played a lot of video games in my life, guys. I cannot sit here and tell you that any video game ever has made me more or significantly more intellectually sophisticated. Not anywhere, nothing comparable to a book. Competitive games, I've played a lot of Counter-Strike Global Offensive. That was a very competitive game. I took that shit real serious. I took that shit to the heart, but I'd rather compete in lifting weights. I'd rather compete in growing a business. That's gonna benefit me in the real world. Unless you end up in esports or something, but I've never seen a guy on esports that I want to, you know, most of these guys are just fucking nerds. I wouldn't want to swap shoes with them for 1 second. Deep stories, okay, I'll give you a deep story. How about you take your backpack and your sleeping bag right now and you go over, you walk from Europe to Iran, or hit that fucking train. How about that? How's that for deep story? I don't mean to be rude, Mirage. That's the first thing that came to my mind. It's much harder than, because creating a good game is much harder than making a good book or movie. Okay, you know what else is hard? You know what else is really hard? Synthesizing, I don't know if you synthesize it, but producing cocaine. Certainly harder than making just homemade booze. It's harder than baking cookies. What games did you play back then? Okay, I remember playing a lot of Battlefield 4. I played Minecraft. I played Arma 2 Daisy mod was one of my favorites. Played a lot of Counter-Strike Global Offensive. I played a lot of PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. Arma 2 Daisy Epoch mod was probably my favorite game of all time. I've got some good memories from that, but I'm not a child no more. Let me see what else. Kanske vad tycker om det? I had PlayStation 3. I used to play games like Unreal Tournament 3 or whatever it was. I used to play Portal 2, Call of Duty Black Ops, the first one. And I'm looking back, I've played a variety of different video games. And I've spent my entire teenage years just around gamers and going out with gamers and hanging out with gamers. And to me, I mean, looking at life now and how my life is now, I would never, ever even think to go back to that type of life. It's just fucking sorry. It's just pathetic. I know that life is better now because I've been there. You've been playing mindless multiplayer games where the only goal is to okay, tell me what's a game which is not mindless? Maybe you're right. What's a game which is not like what you just said? I accept your argument. Didn't you enjoy playing Portal 2? Yeah, I did enjoy it. I really enjoyed that game. What the fuck am I doing? Elden Ring, what's that? You cannot compare, let's say, William Shakespeare to any video game director. And this is coming from someone who makes video games for a living. You know, they say William Shakespeare never even existed. He was not even a real person. He's just like a phantom. He never existed. Somebody assigned this name to some works made by one person or multiple people. That's what I heard somewhere. Hey Aryan, long time no see. How you been? I'm doing fucking amazing. Every day in my life is better than the one before. Every day I wake up and I think it's a beautiful day to be alive. And I look at everything that I have in my life. No, I don't look at the things that I don't have. I do because I want to get some more things, but I don't really assess, I don't really decide how happy I am based on what I have or don't have. I got 2 arms, 2 legs. I'm healthy. I got a beautiful family. Everything in life is fucking great. I'm a happy man. Every day is amazing. Better than the one before. And I think that me being that way, I started to realize in the last couple of years that me being that way, that I'm really happy with where I am in life, it bothers a lot of people. And I'm still kind of, I'm only 24 years old, so cut me some slack. I still find it kind of difficult to process this because it's hard for me to accept that there are people who really don't want you to be happy. It's just fucking crazy to me. But I understand that it's reality. I understand that people don't give a fuck about me or you. They'll cut your head off and laugh about it. I understand this is out there. I know what's going on. But my life is good. Hopefully it's gonna stay that way. Video games doesn't mean you're doing real life challenges. Life stuff, and sometimes you just need to unwind. Okay, so I unwind when I go to the gym. I go powerlifting. That's my unwinding. And it's better for me than playing video games because I'll get big and strong and jacked. And then one example of one of the benefits of that is that girls really like it. And girls are a lot more fun to hang out with in video games. Am I crazy? Was the trying to rage bait? What did Wasdy say? I didn't even see his comment. Give me some rage bait. Wasdy, you undersold school but failed for the 3rd time. Hush. Guys. What is this shit, man? What are you guys? Okay, so your comments, your messages didn't even show up in the chat, so I don't know what's going on here, but it looks like it's not good. What's going on, man? It's Christmas. You're not that guy. What? Get O. What did Wasdy do, guys? Rat him out. I don't play online games. Okay, wait a minute. Let's go back to Hard 1E. He told me that I used to play mindless games, but I asked, okay, what's a good game then? What was I missing? A game with a story and the unique experience that brings you nothing but enjoyment, like Portal, rather than something like Battlefield where you end up ruining your mood over a loss. Okay, I understand that. But I did play Portal. And, okay, name me some more video games which have this, where they put you through a story, an adventure, which is really something which is a little bit more fulfilling than just bullshit shooters. And, you know, what's some more games like this? I can't think of any right now. I haven't been thinking about games for years. I remember thinking that Call of Duty Black Ops, the first part at least, I didn't play the others. I remember thinking that it had a really good storyline. Okay, I remember loving that. That was fucking great for me. It's so interesting because it's also, you know, got some history and politics involved and all this, and it's serious, and I really enjoyed that game. I really enjoyed the story. So what I think the argument you're trying to make for me is that there are games which have a very sophisticated story, and this is a lot different from just stupid ass shooter games with retarded kids, which are just, you know, like Battlefield 4 and bullshit. I understand. I think I understand the argument that you're trying to make for me. What I'm trying to tell you is just confirm from me, did I understand your argument correctly? That if you play the right games, which are sophisticated enough, that's what it's really about. And in that case, it's worth playing video games. Because you already know I'm cooking a counterpoint for that one. I had a period, Anton says, when I was interested more in girls, but it's just sex and they are kind of stupid. You don't have anything to talk very often. Well, maybe you just came across the wrong kind of ladies, because I can tell you there are some really lovely ladies out there. There are really lovely ladies which deserve nothing but all your loving. Okay, so I understand your point, Hard 1E. Well, okay, so the argument now is that, okay, there are video games that can provide you with a sophisticated experience, and that's why they're worth playing. Now, for me, just my opinion, okay, my immediate reaction to this, the thoughts that occur to me when you say this, I'm thinking, okay, well, that sounds really good, that's great, but I still don't want to do that. For example, the idea of me turning on a video game tomorrow, okay, I understand it's fun, but I would rather go have dinner with some of my best friends and talk about our business and talk about where we're going and talk about if we're going to make a cool New Year's party. For me, that's just so much more fulfilling. Okay, we're going to plan our trip. I'm going to go to a trip to the Baltics. I want to go talk to a hot girl about the trip I'm about to go. Okay, I'm talking about girls too much. You guys are going to think my life is all about fucking being a sodomite. It's not. But there are other things that, to me, they're so much more exciting and so much more fulfilling in life. And it's so much more enjoyable and important in this life, I think. Like, for example, bonding with real people and building real experiences with real people. For me, that's so much more intriguing than going to play a video game. Why would I play a video game when I can go hang out with those people? That's my position right now. And from my perspective, I don't mean to make no assumptions about you, but to me it seems like the only way that you would not come to the same conclusion that I'm coming to is if you don't even know that those kind of experiences are available in this life. If you don't have those kind of people. Because if you have those kind of people, I'm convinced that you would feel the same. Because life is fucking amazing. And if video games, you understand, I'm not trying to insult you, this is just what I'm thinking. Your goal isn't to make me, I'm guessing you meant stop playing games, but to stop viewing them as pointless things and like, listen, my goal is not to change your opinion about anything. You can have your opinions and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you got to do something different. It's just, people ask me why I don't like video games, so I tell them. If you like video games, that's fine, but if you ask me why, I'm going to explain to you why I don't like them, and people seem to be really bothered by my ideas, and people come to me for advice. How do I get this? How do I get that? How do I get a hot girlfriend? People ask me, sorry, that's how it goes. Well, I explained to you, listen, there's no time for fucking video games, because if you really want to get the hot girlfriend, you're going to have to be hitting the gym, you're going to have to be socializing, working on yourself. There's no time for video games. Because you're competing against other guys who are not playing video games, so you don't got time for this shit. If when people ask me, this is what I tell them. But if you would rather play video games, that's okay. You can do that. I'm not gonna sit here and try and change your mind. Could such an experience as in Portal 2 be replicated in real life? No, you not literally. You cannot create a portal on the wall and walk out on the other side. You're right about that. But let me give you another interesting. Let me just throw this in there. I have dreams like you wouldn't believe. Every single night with no exception for as long as I can remember. I have dreams which to me are exactly this type of crazy shit like you feel in, like you get in video games. I've been through war zones, I've killed people, I've been killed, I've flown by just flapping my arms, I've driven cars that don't even exist, I've been to space, I've been to the bottom of the fucking ocean, I've been to any fantasy that you can think of, I've experienced in my dreams, which I think is pretty interesting. When I wake up, I'm like, fuck it, I don't need no video game, I can just go back to sleep, right? That's my dreams every single night, and I think that's a good thing. But no, while you cannot literally replicate the kind of experience that a video game is able to produce for you, of course, you cannot teleport through a wall and come out the other side. However, what I'm trying to tell you is that if you get real experience out of real life, the video games just seem foolish. Okay, let me try and explain something to you. Think about somebody who you really care about, somebody who you really love. Some people, whether it's a girlfriend, whether it's your mother and father, your siblings, your closest friends, whatever the case may be. Would you rather, if I would ask you, would you rather lose the ability to play video games so you can never play video games again, or one of those people dies? Let me formulate that correctly. So if you give up the video games, they get to live. Of course you would pick your loved one, right? Because it's totally, the video game is totally, it's so much more important, the people that you love. It's just so much more fulfilling. It's not even a discussion, right? At least I think so. I assume that most people feel this way as well, that your loved ones are the most important thing in the world, right? So, since they're so important to me, there's nothing better for me than spending time and enjoying living life together with those people, right? So why it was for me, if I want to be entertained or unwind, I'll just call my mother and I'll talk to my mother for an hour about something and we'll laugh and we'll talk. And for me, like, I don't want to play Portal when I can just call my mother. It's so much more fulfilling for me. I played a lot of video games with my dad when I was a kid. Well, that's great. But how come you don't do it anymore? Wasti and Blender Soul, what are you guys arguing about? What is this shit? Do I have to come in here and moderate? Video games, okay, so we'll check this out. This is amazing. Video games, I'm about to show you all. Video games is wasting time, just like talking in this chat. From what I saw, that's like the 15th message you sent in this chat. You've sparked my curiosity. How did you develop a mindset that allowed you to dream in such a way? My dreams have almost always been so unenthusiastic that I don't remember them. Okay. There was a time in my life. There was a time in my life when I would just have really terrible dreams. Like, I don't know. Like, I remember this one dream when I was like 17. This was a really dark time in my life. I was in a dream. I had an axe and there was my dad and he had an axe. And we were going at each other. We were going to kill each other with some axes. Or I don't know. I think that, like, I cut my dog's head off. Or just like brutal shit. And this was not pleasant. This was horrible. Okay. And then there were times when I just don't really remember having any dreams whatsoever because of certain things in life, I guess. So I've noticed that depending on where you are in life, it affects dreams. That's how it is for me. If I'm really miserable in life, my dreams are really horrible. If my life is very depressing, I felt like I didn't really have, maybe I don't feel very comfortable or very confident about making this argument because I can't support it with any evidence. Okay, and also this was a long time ago, so you know, but it seems to me that dreams have something to do with a very productive and creative mind. Okay, so for me, for example, my mind is always, if I'm awake, it's on. It's thinking about everything and anything. I'm processing sophisticated thoughts which are interesting to me. I'm pursuing things which I know like things I want to think about that are going to make my life better. What about space? What about science? What about history? What about this? What about that? Human relations? What about what that person did and said? How can I improve? I'm always like thinking, I feel like a computer always trying to solve some kind of a problem. That's how my mind works, okay? If I'm awake, that's what I'm doing pretty much, all right? I sometimes want to shut that down because it gets overwhelming, so I just go to the fucking gym and I lift weights because then I'm trying to stay alive. I don't have time to think about thoughts, which is very relaxing, or sauna, or I don't know, doing something really fun. It's, you know, it clear my mind. But in general, it's a great thing. I think my life is really good because my brain is that way. And it's very fun to exist in a brain like that. If I'm walking around, I'm paying attention to everything. I'm looking at how this person treats that person, how other people are talking to this person. Okay, who takes what position in this social hierarchy? Who's got this and that? Do I want to spend time with this person? What's this person like? They show this slight social cue which indicates a little bit of insecurity in this aspect, or I don't know, maybe this person's they go into the gym and they're training very seriously, but they're also addicted to drugs and they have lots of problems because of this. So probably there's some kind of cognitive dissonance going on in their brain where they don't know they're split between two areas of life, and they're being dragged over here by the fucking degenerates in their life, but they also want to take training seriously. I'm always paying attention to the world around me. I'm always trying to study it, and I'm very curious about it. So my mind is very active, and I feel like even when I go to sleep, it's still, you know, it's still this way, and that's why it just formulates all these things that turn into dreams. This is just kind of a theory that I'm making right now. Oh, I never said that video games are just mindless shooters. I understand that there are video games that are sophisticated, and there are video games that are certainly more higher in quality than just, I don't know, some dumbass shooters. I understand that. I understood that full well before this discussion. Guys, listen. Please, when you behave this way in chat, it's very clear to me that you're children, and it makes me not take you seriously. And I know some of you guys, so please, just be aware of how you're conducting yourself right now. You're arguing in a chat with a complete stranger. If you're an adult, you don't have time for this shit. Get your shit together, guys. You have the opportunity to have an intellectually sophisticated discussion here with me, but you're choosing to argue with some fucking idiot on the chat. Come on. After this entire discussion, have you at least changed your mind about video games? Well, not really, to be honest with you. It's a time like playing video games. If you say so, then you are wasting your time. You are the one. Bogdan, I think he's talking to the Wasp guy. Okay. When I play video games, I'm gonna let this happen. I'm gonna let this play out. I'm good with kids, guys. I don't know if you knew that, but you guys fight it out. Eventually I get sick of you and I'll ban you all, but that's how it goes. To be honest, when I play video games, I was in a better mental state. If you don't play video games, it's just doom scroll social media, which is far worse for me. Okay, so that tells me that your life is terrible. So it's either you play video games or you're doom scrolling. What if instead of doom scrolling, you had a beautiful girl there who really wants to sleep with you? Wouldn't you prefer to do that over any of these things? But the reason you don't have a beautiful girl, of course the answer is yeah, don't lie to me. Of course you'd rather have a hot girl to spend time with and go on dates with and go on fun adventures with your friends and whatever. Of course you would rather have that, but the reason you don't have those things is because you spend your time playing video games or doom scrolling social media. So I don't see much of an argument in that. I think you got some real problems to solve, unfortunately. Or fortunately, because if we didn't have problems to solve, what would be the point of life? If you struggle to get a job in the game dev industry, it just means that you're not good enough. You have to get better. You have to get undeniable. So people are rushing to get your attention. They want to pull you in. Come with us. We want you. You have to get better. Go on the internet to get a lot of attention to your work. Be undeniable. Be phenomenal at what you do, and people are going to come to you. Aryan, how's the course going? Oh, I'm glad you brought the Digitally Enhanced Club up, because the Digitally Enhanced Club is one of the most positive contributions that I've ever made to human societies. Because the Digitally Enhanced Club is a school, a course, and a school that we designed earlier this year, which was designed to not only have a whole Blender course, which is supposed to teach people everything about Blender. There's a link, guys, check it out. Everything about Blender 3D modeling is in there. But that's just the beginning, because the purpose of the Digitally Enhanced Club is to teach you how to use those skills. And somebody was just asking me about they can't find work. To teach you how to use those skills and find a way to bring some value into the world. How do you put yourself out there with your skills so that you can bring some value into the world and make some money? That's the whole point of the Digitally Enhanced Club, so you can make a living with your digital skills. And anybody who's joined the Digitally Enhanced Club and followed the material, we've had successes it was hard to believe. Like, if I say some of these things, a lot of people just think I'm full of shit. They just think I'm a liar. But I'm going to tell you anyway. And if you think I'm a liar, okay, bye-bye. But if you believe that I'm telling you the truth, you'll be able to find evidence for that as well. There were people inside the Digitally Enhanced Club who, just because of participating in a challenge that we did, went from making almost nothing to making 10,000 euros per month as a 3D artist. It's fucking crazy. And then we had guys who went from not making no money. They built a beautiful portfolio, amazing portfolio. They took the time to network and to do some proper outreach in the industry and dealing with 5-figure clients all over the world. We've had guys who just followed simple instructions, got their shit together on social media, which is something that everybody should be doing. If you're a 3D artist or if you want to be a digital creative professional of any sort, like a game dev, for example, you have to put yourself out there with the social media techniques which we teach inside the school. And then the people who have done that, who have followed the instructions without fail, they have found the success that they were looking for. Now they're on a path in life which is, it's very obvious that this is the future that they want to, this is the path that you want to be on. And this is something that the Digitally Enhanced Club has done, because I can sit here and proudly say, and I know when I go to sleep, I know in my heart that people have gained what they wanted from this fucking club, if assuming they did what they were supposed to do. Okay, and knowing that in my heart makes me feel really really happy. It's very fulfilling for me, and that's why I'm really happy with the Digitally Enhanced Club. Now, of course, you know, there's some people who just fucking call it scammer and all this. Okay, you're just a fucking idiot. But it's something that I'm more proud of than probably anything else in my life. And we've built an excellent community of people who really understand. They understand. They went from not understanding how the digital economy works to understanding how the digital economy works. You understand what I'm saying? So they understand how to operate a business in the digital world, because the world is becoming digital, whether you like it or not. That's where the economy is going. Nothing you can do about it. Either you're going to learn to work with it. I made a comparison in the book that I'm going to launch tomorrow. You can still pre-order it now in the description. And we're going to talk about it inside the Digitally Enhanced Club as well. But I made a comparison inside that book where I said, to be in 2024, if you're a digital creative professional or an artist of some sort, a digital artist, to not know social media, you cannot get by, because are you guys aware of what the printing press is? A printing press was an invention which allowed people to copy paste in real life, copy paste books, and just mass produce written material. Okay, and this came around in the 1400s. And around the early 1500s, this is when it really started becoming a thing. And at that time, when this was booming, written material was booming, it was all over the place. There was a small percentage of people who were literate, who were really literate to the level where they can produce written material. Okay, there was a very small percentage of people. Now it's like basically everybody can read and write in Western societies, but back then it was a small portion of the population. And those who did know how to read and write, they were able to shape societies. They were able to change the course of humanity, just because of the power that they wielded by being literate. And it's exactly the same shit today with social media. Those people who understand that the world is becoming digital and it's going to continue going down that road, this is not going to stop. Social media is not going to go away. They're going to realize that if you want to navigate the modern economy or the modern marketplace, the social marketplace, the sexual marketplace, the digital marketplace, for whatever, have you guys noticed that virtually every single business in existence is on social media? People don't realize this. But if you're trying to get clients, if you're trying to sell your services, you gotta work like a business. And guess what? Businesses are on social media. So as soon as you get on social media, if you do it right, that's how you get business. And the people in the Digitally Enhanced Club who have done that, they got business and they got successful. And that's one of my favorite things about it. Crazy dreams, but it's gone quietly. Maybe the fire inside you has died out. How about that? Melatonin gives you crazy dreams. There is no point of life, so create your own. So if your point is playing video games, I see nothing wrong with that. If you think there's no point in life, you're missing something, my friend. And if you ask me, I'll tell you what. Do you think Blender can get me a hot girl? Well, it got me a hot girl. Is it hard to know soft surface and hard surface? Guys, you know it's hard. Hard is going from being homeless to being a billionaire. Hard is serving on the battlefield in Ukraine. Hard is having your entire family blown up in a shell and still going to work in the morning and with no shoes on your feet. That's hard. It ain't hard, guys. You got to just Google it, how to do Blender modeling. That shit is easy. Come on. It ain't hard. Carl Jung's 16 association method. No, I have not. Your beard is looking good. Thank you, my friend. I've been working so much that there was no time to look cute. Figured there's no time to look cute, but I've realized that, you know what? I'm not trying to be cute. Beard is getting pretty long. You guys can't see it, but it's pretty fucking crazy. I hardly took any time to groom myself. And I'm bulking, so it goes hand in hand with that, but I think I'm gonna keep it like this. Why would I want to look like a little child by shaving my beard? I'm 24 years old and people think I'm 30. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Because a beard allows me to come off as older and more mature, which means people are gonna treat you as a more serious individual because they assume more experience, which is good. Do you think day traders contribute to society? In some way, yeah. Certainly in some way they do. Day traders are participating in this rush, in this, they engage in the stock market, let's say. Day traders in the stock market. I'm assuming you're talking about that, okay? It can be crypto day traders, whatever. They're trading, trying to calculate the trajectories of certain stocks. So, okay, this one's about to go up, so I'm going to buy now. This is about to go down, so I'm going to sell and I'm going to buy another one. It's going to go up. This is all they do. They read the news and all this. And day traders are totally obsessed with this stuff. This is all they do. Which is why a lot of companies go public, because they know that these guys are going to be like fucking termites. What do you call those ants? They're going to be eating those stocks up day and night. They're going to be chewing that shit up. They're going to be trading. They're going to be trading. So this allows companies to go public and find, you know, I guess definitely not in the same way that people who pave the roads or build the houses. Definitely not in the same way. They're definitely not the same way as farmers or anything like that. Not the same way as teachers do. They play the same role in society as mosquitoes do in nature. Yeah, to you they're fucking annoying and we can't, but probably they do something. The same as people who make video games. Yeah, they contribute to society, certainly. Because a lot of people, let's be honest guys, a lot of people would have probably blown their brains out a long time ago if it wasn't for video games. I admit that. However, video games are not a solution to the problem. The problem is that those people are miserable. The solution to the problem would be to remove whatever is making them miserable. At what age did you first develop a full... When I was 19 years old, I had a pretty heavy ass beard. But it wasn't as thick as it is now. You know what? Syrian, let me ask you something. Describe to me your masculinity. Describe to me how masculine a man you are in general and what you do. Typical stuff, just stereotypical. Masculine men are big and strong, you know, deep voices, they're tough and all this shit, you know, they look like prisoners and they act like prisoners and they're assertive and aggressive and they engage in masculine shit like lifting weights or training fighting and stuff like that or going to prison. You know, describe to me your masculinity. Are you somebody who I would look at and think, yeah, this guy is a masculine man? Because if not, that might be why you don't have a beard. Because I think that a beard probably has something to do with your testosterone levels, the same way as other hairs on your body. And you can increase your testosterone levels by hitting the fucking gym and lifting weights, by hanging out with other masculine men, or putting yourself through difficult situations, or by seducing beautiful women. All these type of things increase your testosterone level. In other words, they increase how much of a man you are. And when you become more of a man, your body wants to do more manly shit like grow a beard. It's just a byproduct. This is my understanding of it. I don't know. I didn't intentionally do anything to grow my beard. I didn't study this subject whatsoever, but maybe I'm talking out of my ass. I don't know if this is true, but that's kind of the thought that occurs to me when you ask me this kind of question. For example, you write down money and 16 associations with it, then you pair every association and do that until only one is left, which should be the cause. I don't understand what that means, but send me a message on Instagram if you have like a quick video explaining it. Maybe I'll check it out. In terms of masculinity, the only thing I can say is I occasionally lift weights, but admittedly I only lift them once every couple of weeks, if that. The question completely stumped me. Okay, so how about this? Do stereotypical masculine shit. Alright? Like, for example, hanging out with other masculine men. And your body, well, yeah, for me, look at it clearly, from the time when I was a 16-year-old boy to now when I'm a 24-year-old man, my testosterone levels are infinitely higher now. And I know that. However, I have not balded much since then. I've always had this damn near fucked up hairline, but it ain't too bad. I got a pretty big forehead. It's always been this way. I'm looking at it now. It's the same as it's been when I was 15 years old. I kind of hide this part. Look, with my little hair over here. This part's alright. My hairline is not receding, but to me it's pretty clear that my testosterone levels are where they should be. However, in general, I think maybe you're right. Probably you are right. That high testosterone leads to balding. Loop tools add-on is enough for modeling? Yeah. Do you use box cutter? Nah. Day trader is just a glorified gambler. Not really, to be honest with you. Not really, because day traders, they have to study the market, they have to study what's going on, and they make logical decisions, not just red. So it's not really the same. Has anyone ever told you that you look like Brad Pitt? No, they have not. But I think that's a great compliment, because Brad Pitt is certainly a genetically blessed individual. However, if I had the opportunity to change my appearance with that of Brad Pitt, no chance. I love how I look much more than I love how Brad Pitt looks. Okay, you're balding at 22. Okay, but listen. If you're balding and you don't like... Okay, so you have two options. You're balding. Okay, so keeping your hair looks shitty. It doesn't make any sense. Either you're going to shave the fucker. In which case, if I was balding, probably I would shave the fucker. Grow a nice big fat beard, bulk up, get some more tattoos, and just rock the hardcore prisoner look. You know, that's what I would do. And by the way, ladies love that shit if you play it right. Or your other option is you go down to Turkey and you get the little transplant. If you're willing to go through the trouble and if you're willing to spend the money, I would probably be doing that because I love my hair. I've had this, I've always very much enjoyed having hair and very much enjoy styling it and having it as a part of my image. I've very much enjoyed that, so I would probably do that. If my receding hairline problems got out of control, I would probably do that. But until I got around to do it, I would just shave it. Fuck it. I look shit without hair, but it's true. And yeah, okay. Well, if you get jacked, it doesn't matter because as a man, you don't have to look cute. You don't have to have a beautiful face. You don't have to be a pretty boy. You don't have to be no Orlando Bloom or anything like that. You have to be a masculine man, a respectable individual. Because guess what? I can name some ugly motherfuckers that did real well in life. Ugly ass fucking people that did really damn well in life. And they're definitely tough and respectable individuals. Whatever way you slice it. Guys, everybody's life is going to be better if they get stacked, if you put on some muscle, if you put on some weight, put on some size. Invest in your appearance. Get some tattoos. Everybody likes that. Everybody thinks that looks cool. Get some nice clothes on you. Get a nice watch on you. Get some charisma, because if you have charisma, nothing else matters. Okay, maybe if you look like that guy from the RoboCop movie when he crashed into the fucking toxic waste and you started melting. Okay, maybe they don't even want to talk to you. However, if you're just a mediocre ass looking dude or nothing handsome about you, however, you got charisma on point. Your personality is on point. You're charming. You're always pleasant to be around. You always got something interesting to say. You're always in a good mood. It's nice to be around you. You're funny and all this. Girls just love that shit. She doesn't care about your fucking haircut. Yeah, all the best to you, my friend, as well. Good night. I was wondering about that. I'd imagine professional blender artists probably mostly use vanilla blender. I prefer calisthenics over lifting weights. Whatever gets you to where you want to be. Beard gang, that's what I'm talking about. I already know Muhammad. I already know. You can tell by the name. It's always, if your name is Muhammad, I know you got a beard. Because in Islam, I think that one of the central, well, I don't know if it's a central idea, but one of the ideas, one of the concepts they teach in Islam is that you want to be like the Prophet Muhammad in many ways, and also, well, he had a beard. There's no pictures of him as far as I know, but he had a beard, so that's why. This is what I've heard some guy on Instagram who's like an Islamic scholar say. So that's why you grow a beard, and he told me you got to trim it right where it falls over the lips. In Islam, this is what they told me you want to do. Can someone have too much muscles in your opinion? Would you want to look like C-Bum? Too much muscle for what? For aesthetic purposes. As a man, your aesthetic is not really that important. What's most important as a man is that you're able to, is your respect, is your position in socio-economic hierarchies. That's the most important thing as a man. In terms of getting by in life, doing well in life. That's the most important thing that you gotta be taken care of. C-Bum, he's in a better socio-economic position than any of us know, probably. Well, maybe not. But he's doing pretty fucking well. So, there's that. I would not want to... I don't like the way that it looks like when you have a guy like Big Ramy, for example, or the Mr. Olympia guys, Ronnie Coleman. I don't like how that looks. I don't want to be that way. However, if it's wartime, if you gotta fuck somebody up, you're gonna wish you have some muscle mass on you. If it's anarchy comes out and you gotta protect your 4 daughters and your wife, you're gonna want to be big and scary. Looks go out the window. And in general, being that way it's more valuable in life than being cute. What's okay? You're cute and okay, maybe you're pretty to look at, but what can you do? What are you gonna do if 2, 3, 4 guys like me? I'm not even that big or scary. I mean, some people tell me that because they're punks, but if you have 4 or 5 guys, beard, bold, prisoner-looking guys, they're trying to punk you. Well, all of a sudden, being cute is not that important anymore. You gotta have some hands. You gotta have some masculinity in you. So for me, I don't think it's that important at the end of the day. I try to find a nice balance in both. I'm lucky. I got a cute face. I've always had a pretty innocent-looking smile. My mom always told me that. I always got away with that shit. I got the whole cheekbone deal going on. So I can get away with the whole prisoner deal, right? I can get away with tattoos and shit and all the beard and unbuttoning my shirt and wearing sunglasses and getting a fucked up haircut, I can get away with it. Now, if I was some fucking ugly, an ugly man, maybe it'll be a different story. Maybe it'll be too much. I don't know. Everyone's gotta figure it out. If you look too cute and too pretty and too sweet and innocent, well, maybe you gotta toughen up a little. Maybe you gotta put on some size, put on some fucking pecs, put on some shoulder weight, get some tattoos, get some hair growing on your chest, shave that, shave the hair. Been training for 5 years purely for aesthetics, and strength is just a byproduct. See, for me, it was kind of the other way around. Now, when we say aesthetics, probably you got a lower body fat than me. Let me see if I can find a picture showing to you my beautiful body without doing anything homosexual. Because I figured that if you train for strength, oh no, the booty pictures. If you train for strength, in my experience, it's the best way to build muscle mass. And personally, I really like the kind of physique that I've built, that I have right now. Which I still got visible abs, okay? But my main focus is on making sure that I have enough size to be imposing physically, to be able to lift some weight, to be able to pick up a girl over my shoulder like this, like she's nothing, to be able to toss her around. I like that. I like having the strength. I think that's more important. That's most important. That's my #1 priority. Because the last thing a girl wants to see is I pick her up and I'm struggling. I'm struggling. What she wants is for me to pick her up the same way I pick up this water bottle. She wants to see that. She likes that. That's one of the advantages. Alright, here we go. We got hairy ass fucking. I don't got no pictures of my back though. Okay, let me see. We got some abs going. How can I share a picture here with you guys? Is it possible to drop a picture in the chat? I don't know. I'll send it to myself and then I'll open it up on the screen. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, here we go. Let me pull up. Shit. Behind bars. Behind bars 24/7. Here's Aryan in the mirror. Let's look at Aryan in the mirror. Flexing in the mirror. Where's my pure ref? I took this the other day in my mirror when I came home from a nice squat and bench press workout. Wow, I was all ready to go. I was in a great fucking mood. And see, when I got a very hairy chest, but when I shave that, you know, the leanness, I look a lot more lean when I shave the hairs. So it depends on what I'm trying to go for. Okay, it depends on what I'm doing. It depends on whether, you know, whether I'm gonna be shirtless or whether I'm not gonna be shirtless. It depends on whether it's summer or winter. It depends on who I'm talking to and all this. Okay. However, when I shave this, I'm very happy personally with my level of body fat because, okay, like you can see, I still look, well, probably if you're training for aesthetics, you're trying to be more lean, you got more visible abs than me. However, this allows me to have the fullness that I want to have. So when I put on the shirt, my arms look in that shirt a certain way that I like. And that the girls that I like also like, okay? So for me, this is kind of the optimal. And additionally, I really like boxing, so I like to train for strength, but I don't like to go too heavy. I mean, I don't like to be too heavy. I like to train with very heavy weights, but I wouldn't want to weigh 100 kilos. Because if I was 100 kilos, over here I'm 86 kilos. If I weighed 100 kilos, it'd be fucking crazy. And that would also take away from my agility. But when you're boxing, you want to have, in the ring, I perform best if I'm around 85 kilos. After I cut down a little bit more and I'm a little bit lighter, so it's easier to move around. So now I'm trying to bulk to like, I don't know, 90 kilos. I want to do a 3-plate bench and this type of stuff. So this is the road that I'm on right now. How tall are you? I'm 181 centimeters. I haven't grown a millimeter since I was 15 years old. See if I got more. Let me see if I got a picture of my back for you. I don't think I have any recent pictures of my back. I got great fucking legs. My legs are enormous. That's in my genes. Because I can squat. I can put 3 plates on the squat. And I can lift it for 5-6 reps. I took a picture of my legs when I got my knee pads. Last time we were talking about lifting, we were talking about knee pads. And I got, not knee pads, what do you call them? Knee sleeves. If I can find a picture of this shit. Oh shit, no. Okay. I'll take some more pictures when I hit the gym. What percentage of your viewers are female, do you think? I know everything. It's 6.2%. I can tell you exactly the exact number right now. The exact number. So, of all my viewers in the last 28 days, 6.2, I was right, are female. And it seems to me, I've noticed that the number is increasing. The ratio is changing. Do you have a car? Oh, I don't own nothing. I don't have nothing. I don't have any assets. I don't have any money. I don't have any vehicles. I don't have any houses. I don't have nothing. I'm a poor boy. So if you sue me, I can't give you nothing. I can't give you nothing because I don't have anything. People around me have things, but I don't. I like to be poor. If I I better shut my fucking mouth. They're gonna come after me. Start drilling holes in my kneecaps. I knew a guy. Well, I knew a guy. My brother told me about a guy who had some crypto, a lot of crypto, and he was talking about it. And they came to his house with a drill. Okay. Where's the crypto? I'm not telling you. Where's the fucking crypto? I'm not telling you. Okay, well, I'm gonna drill your fucking kneecaps. Where's the crypto? Long story short, they got the crypto. So how do you travel around the world? Well, there's a lot of different modes of transportation in this world. And there's a lot of people with cars. But let me tell you this. If I owned a car to my name, car registered to me, I don't think I would publicly state that because that's a vulnerability. Do you have a license? Yeah, I do have a license. For me as a graphic designer, well, what do you want to do? Graphic designer. Who would sue you? Oh, you never know. The same way, listen. It's kind of the same way as saying, okay, why do you want to train fighting, Aryan? Why do you want to train boxing? Who's going to attack you? And this is, for example, something that my mother would tell me. Aryan, why do you have to train so hard, kill yourself at the gym? Why do you have to go fight so hard? Why do you got to go 15 rounds brutalizing each other in the ring? Why? What are you training for? And I don't enter these discussions with my mother because my mother doesn't understand. she's not aware of what happens out on these streets. Okay, so I just like, oh yeah, mom, I'm just fucking crazy. Okay, I just leave it at that. But who would sue you? In this life, if you're doing something meaningful, if you're anything that you're doing as you go, especially if you're doing something significant, especially if you're involved in businesses, you're gonna make some enemies. You're gonna make some enemies sooner or later. You're gonna make some enemies that are gonna come after you with all they got, and if they gotta sue you, they're gonna sue you for what? They'll find something. That's how it goes. Okay, so get your skills, Sienna. If you want to get a job, get your skills on point. Build some really cool projects. If you want to know how good they have to be, you look at other successful graphic designers. You want to be able to create stuff that they're creating. Okay, so just watch tutorials until you can create this kind of stuff. Build a portfolio with these kind of works, and then just make content on Instagram like other graphic designers with hundreds of thousands of followers are making. And then you're gonna make that content, and if you keep making it every single day, making videos, your social media is gonna explode. You're gonna get followers on your social media. You're gonna get to meet people because of your social media. People are gonna come to you, hey, that's so cool. How did you make this? How did you make that? Hey, can you help me with this? And that's how you get jobs. That's how you get clients. And I'm just about to publish a new book. There's a link in the description, and this is also what we teach inside the Digitally Enhanced Club. Oh, here's Hard 1E again. Hard 1E. I'll get back to this. Let me just address the fitness question that we just had here. From what I understand, strength and size training are a bit different. If you're not aiming for bulk, you will appear thinner. Strength and size. Okay, well, from my point of view, there are three categories. Let's say there are people. Let's say men. I don't want to talk about women because I don't know how women train. They just want to have a big booty and a thin waist or whatever. But as men, there are multiple categories. Some guys just want to be pretty. They want to be aesthetically pleasing to look at, right? For example, like this. Okay, I'm sure all of you guys know. I'm sure all of you guys are familiar with this gentleman right here. God rest his soul. Some guys just train for aesthetics because they want to look beautiful and they want to, they want to have a Ferrari, okay? That's what some guys train for. Then there's other guys like me, for example. Well, not really. I'm kind of in the middle. But there are other guys who train for there are other guys who train for size and strength, meaning they want to be big and strong. They want to be tough. They want to be scary and big and dangerous, right? There are that's a totally different style of training, because now you don't have the abs, you don't have the pretty jawline, you're just big and fucking scary looking. That's what some guys are going for, right? And then you have the other guys, which are like maybe that's a bad example because he's absolutely shredded. What's the name of that guy, a billionaire that's trying to live forever? Brian Johnson, I believe. Then you have other guys which train for health. Like this guy here, for example. This guy just trains to optimize his health as much as possible, right? He doesn't want to fuck his joints up or his back up like I am on the deadlift. He's not interested in having super low body fat because that's not healthy for you. He's trying to find just the right balance of whatever is going to help you live the longest and live the highest quality life, okay? So the question was, if you're not aiming for, I don't know what the question was, but there you go. I guess I'm in between because I'm trying to be big and strong, but I'm also trying to make sure that I don't look fat and I would not want to have the physique of well, that's not even a bad physique. That's not even a bad physique. I'm looking at Brian Shaw. I'm looking at strongmen. But if you look at your typical powerlifter, or I don't know, if you look at a sumo wrestler, If you look at a sumo wrestler, what's the name of that guy? Mark Hunt, maybe. UFC fighter, yeah, that's the guy. If you look at this guy, for example, peak male performance. This guy will fucking kill you. Heavyweight UFC fighter. Or if you look at a sumo wrestler, they'll fucking destroy you. You have no chance against these guys. However, I don't like the titties. I don't want to have titties. I still want to be kind of nice to look at. So you gotta find a nice balance between, for in my opinion, you gotta find a balance between being strong and being able to fuck somebody up, and also being pretty. Now, let's go back to the video games, and we're gonna wrap it up. I want to go spend some time with my family. Merry Christmas, the Ghost Games. I'm back. You mentioned that you could give me a counter argument to the idea that games with unique and refined stories are not the same as silly. Okay, so listen. You told me that there are games which are more sophisticated than bullshit games like, I don't know, Battlefield, just dumb shooters, and I agree with you 100%. There are games that are fucking retarded, just, you know, brain rot, dumb shit, you know. And there are also games which are a lot more sophisticated because they got a complex story, maybe they'll teach you something and all this. Okay. However, my position, I'm not sure if it's clear what the position that I'm taking is. What I'm trying to explain to you is why I'm not interested in playing video games, and why when somebody asks me for advice, I advise them to just not touch video games at all. Because what I'm telling you is that no matter how good a video game is, it doesn't matter how profoundly sophisticated it is, it doesn't matter. The experiences that life has to offer are so much, infinitely better if you know how to get them, if you're able to get them, okay? And once you understand that it's possible to have these experiences in real life, you're gonna have no interest in playing video games, because this is so much better than the other video games they're just pointless in comparison from my perspective, because I've had amazing real life experience. My life is fucking great. I would rather just live my life than play games. I see no value in it for me. What's in it for me? Why would I want to do that, right? Okay, sure, it's fun, but for me it's more fun getting in the ring. For me it's more fun to lift, and it's also good for you. You get to bond with your boys, you get to improve your body, you get to, you know, I see so much more value in real life than I do in video games. Jealousy is a motherfucker. When you do nothing, you're lazy. When you're working on something, they fight you. Why? Well, people just like to point their fucking fingers. That's the bad guy. Look at him. Look at him. He's cussing. And his name is Aryan race. Oh, he's a Christian? Oh, yeah, but he's got tattoos. Oh, okay. He's trying to tell guys, he's trying to inspire guys to make their lives a little bit better, and he's trying to help guys, he's trying to help lost young men be found and find their way. Oh, no, he's just toxic because he's saying you shouldn't play. They'll find something, because people are just fucking miserable. In order to find negativity in things, you gotta have negativity in your heart. I don't look for negative things. I don't care if you're white or black. I don't care if you're fat or thin. I don't care if you're rich or poor. It doesn't make no difference to me. When I meet somebody, I look for the positive. It doesn't matter if you're Muslim, Christian, or a Jew, or an Aboriginal, or a Hindu, or I don't know what the fuck. It doesn't matter. You can be an Eskimo. It doesn't matter to me. You can be from the moon. You can be an alien. When I meet somebody, when I see something, when I come across in life, I'm looking for the positive things in that, okay? And if I can't find nothing positive in it, I don't want to criticize it. I just don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm only interested in positive things in life. But some people, they don't understand this, so they engage in negativity. If you engage in negativity, you're a fool. It's as simple as that. We got nothing to talk about. Until you understand that engaging in negativity to any extent is foolish, I don't want to talk to you. I'm sorry, I don't have space for that shit in my life. My life is good. I want to be positive, and I don't want to participate in any of that. What's your opinion on the Armenian-Azerbaijani war? I don't know anything about it, so I can't give you an opinion. Brian is a Tesla. The second massive guy is like a bulletproof SUV. The first guy is like a Porsche. The sumo guy is like a bus or a truck. People don't like seeing you succeed. No. Some people do. Some people don't, but some people do. I like seeing people succeed, because when they succeed, that's good for me, because now I'm around successful people. Don't you want to be around successful people? Because when you're around successful people, you're going to pick up something. The same way that when you're around junkies, you're going to pick up the fucking drugs. You're going to pass around the fucking weed and the heroin or whatever. You're gonna become like the people around you. So I want people around me to succeed. If somebody's successful, let's fucking talk. Let's go. Tell me what you know. I want that as well. Okay, you got a bunch of money. Let's go. What can I do to be like you? Give us a hot take. What does that mean? Hot take. Hot take. I don't know what that means. Oh, controversial take. Okay. Oh. Okay, I'll give you a hot take. Do you want to talk politics or do you want to talk history? Or do you want to talk society? Okay. I'll give you a hot take and let's see what happens. Oh, which one do I go with? I got a lot of them. I don't, oh, shit. Do we talk about Ukraine? Or do we talk about a certain historical figure or a certain historical event? Or do we talk about, start with it? No, I can't tell you this. I can't tell you this shit because they're gonna ban me and you already know what I'm gonna say. I think you know what I'm gonna say when it comes to history. No. What about we can talk about like dating and stuff like that. We can talk about something which is, you know, we can talk about the sexual marketplace. I don't want to talk about religion because I think religion is a good force and I don't want to cause any kind of conflict between, because we can sit here all day and I can criticize Islam or I can criticize the Jews and then you can criticize Christianity. We can sit here all day having these battles, but for me that's ridiculous. I think the fact that the fact that there's religion in the world is a beautiful thing, and it generally leads, if done correctly, it leads to good. Okay, I don't want to start no conflict in that. I think we should all just enjoy having that and enjoy ourselves. We can talk about, okay, I'll give you one. The war in Ukraine is the fault of the West. United States of America and NATO. They are the ones who caused this war. And Putin, although he initiated the war, he is on the defensive. And his position is entirely justifiable. And Putin is a very calculated and logical man. He's not an insane man like they're telling you he is. Putin is on the defensive. The reason he invaded Ukraine was to protect Russia from NATO expansion. Let's see what happens. This is one of those that people really don't like, but it's true. Mongoliso Xaba, it was awesome, yeah. Ryan is a Tesla, yeah, my pleasure. This is what I do. I come here on these streams so I can talk to my people. I don't give a fuck about modeling. Look at this shit. I don't care about modeling. I'll probably model this, but I'm here to talk to you guys. I can model in a video. I can't talk to you guys in a video. What do you think about stoicism? Stoicism meaning you ignore how you feel and you just suck it the fuck up because you're a man and you're supposed to perform. I think that's a great thing. I live in Russia. Yeah, I think hopefully soon or in January I'll have the pleasure of visiting your beautiful country. And I will document it on Instagram. So follow me on Instagram on Aryan Race. I'm going to be documenting. If I do manage to get into Russia, St. Petersburg, you guys are going to know about it. I think Russia is a very interesting country and I would like to go there. I'd like to have a life set up in that country. I think it's I think it's a good place. Yeah, a hard one. It was interesting to have a discussion with you, and I appreciate that even though we disagree, I appreciate that you were able to have a rational and you know, intelligent discussion with me. Not a lot of people can do that. Most people just don't. They don't have the mental strength to engage with somebody who disagrees with them. But I think this was very enjoyable, and I wish you all the best. If you visit St. Petersburg, why? Are you around there? Are you in St. Petersburg? Because maybe I'll need some advice. Probably I will need some advice. So please follow me on Instagram or send me a message on Instagram on Aryan Race, because my Instagram is not that big there, so I don't get that many messages from strangers. On Aryan 3D I do. But if you follow me on Aryan, send me a message and I'll remember you. Maybe I'll send you, maybe I'll hit you up if I'll need some advice, or maybe we'll see what happens. What's my opinion on TikTok? Well, it's just bullshit. shitty content. Guys, in the new book that I'm just about to release, I put in a chart, which I'm gonna show you. There was a chart. Okay, wait a minute. No. Statista. Okay, guys. Stay with me now. This is important. I need you guys to take this. Okay. Most watched TikTok videos in July 2023. I'm not gonna do it, but I encourage you guys, take a screenshot of this or Google this. I'll send you the link. Take this and just check out some of these videos. This is the most... Nothing attracts human beings as much as this stuff. This is what everybody's watching. These are the most viewed pieces of content on the planet. People love this more than anything else. We got children dying of bombs. We got people dying of starvation. We got people that don't got shoes on their feet. We live in a fucked up world. We got a whole bunch of all sorts of different problems. But this is what people choose to engage in. So when I sit here and I tell you most people, guys, are just absolutely fucking retarded. And they have no idea of how the world works or how... They're just focusing on dumb shit. This is what I'm talking about. I'm going to show you something else. Guys, do you know what is the most watched or the 7th most watched YouTube video? I will show it to you. Number 7. The 7th most watched video on YouTube is this website called K-Word. I don't know if it's up to date, but it's probably true. Look. Number 7 is this one right here. Stay with me, guys. We're going to wrap it up with this. All right. You get the idea. That's number 7. That's number 7, the 7th most watched video on YouTube. It really is shocking. So I don't know. It's just social media shows you how most people think, what most people are interested in. You would think that people are interested in things that are good for them, but they're not. They're just interested in dumb shit. So this is why I wrote the book. This is why I wrote the book. First link in the description, because I want to talk to the people who understand that this is the world that we live in and who want to succeed among these type of retarded fucking people. You don't need to be taught. You don't want to be taught the same things that these people are being taught, because whatever they're being taught, it's taking them to these fucking videos. This is what they want to do. This is their life. This is what they're interested in. This is the peak of humanity for them. Fucking retarded ass dancing alien. You could be watching videos about physics or about educating yourself on something important or becoming a doctor. No. Fuck all that. We don't want to help people. We don't want to do nothing productive. Let's just watch a retarded ass dancing fucking alien with a shitty song. Let's just do that. That's the society that we live in, guys. Those are the people around you. If you look around you, most people are those kind of people. They're fucking retarded. I'm sorry to tell you, but they are. Most people are just fucking retarded. If you want to be somebody who's not retarded, and if you want to stay away from this bullshit and be somebody who operates in this world as a somewhat intelligent individual, that's why I wrote the book for. You can pre-order it now. It's going to come out tomorrow. And we're also going to have a live stream inside the Digitally Enhanced Club to talk about the book, to break that shit down, because anybody who's inside the Digitally Enhanced Club, anybody who follows and uses and applies the strategies that I teach them, they find success in life and they're able to take care of their fucking families, and their future is very bright. Unlike these fucking idiots who watch this dumb shit all the time and then they're surprised when they're depressed. It's fucking pathetic. It's embarrassing, really. I can't bear the idea of being categorized as the same species as these people. For me, it's just fucking ridiculous. You're behaving like rats, like cockroaches. What the hell's the matter with you? We got problems to solve. People are hungry. You understand? People getting bombed. What the fuck's the matter with you? It might happen to you tomorrow. Oh, oops, a bomb fell on your fucking house. Don't you have nothing to study, to learn about what's going on in this world so you can put yourself in a better... You're busy watching a fucking alien. Get the fuck out of here. I really don't understand it. Lord forgive me for cussing so much, but it's past Christmas. So I got a green light. And wouldn't want to go to Ukraine? Yeah, I would love to go to Ukraine. But I think it's a little bit more complicated because you need more paperwork. I looked into this. You need more paperwork. Like you need somebody there who's gonna sign papers. That maybe I'll get somebody. Maybe I'll get, I don't know, some pretty lady somewhere in Ukraine. She's gonna give me the paperwork, or maybe I'll pay somebody. Who knows? But I got some friends in Ukraine, so maybe I'll hit them up. It's just that I know that things are crazy in Ukraine, so they might just pick my ass up off the street, put me in the truck, put me through basic training, put me on the front line. What, you're Croatian? You're not Ukrainian? Shut the fuck up and get on the truck. Here's a gun. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. Yeah, the animator got paid. Yeah, you can make this type of stuff, and you can probably make great money. But it's like you might as well go sell drugs on the street. Why don't you want to go sell drugs? Okay, because you're gonna go to prison. But another reason is because you don't want to supply people with that garbage. You don't want to contribute to this degeneracy, and I don't want to do that. I'm not interested in supplying people with dumb shit. I want to supply people with something intelligent. If I'm gonna create content, I want it to be something good, something educational, something you can learn from. That's my position. You guys can go make this. You can make a lot of money. I know people making great fucking money. We got students in the Digitally Enhanced Club making phenomenal money from this type of shit. Okay? However, I don't personally want to do that. I don't think it's acceptable that we as adults engage in this type of things when we got problems to solve. We got to keep spinning the wheel of humanity. We got to be moving forward. We got things that are happening in this world today, and 2024 is unacceptable. It's just fucking pathetic that the world operates the way. You got OnlyFans girls. She's shaking her titties. And she gets more money in a month than some guy who literally built the house that you live in gets in 3 years. She makes more than that in a month. Because why? Because she's shaking her titties. Is that a good thing? I mean, okay, yeah, you can go shake your titties, but that's just, it's, for me, it's so heartbreaking that we as human beings in 2024, we think we're the shit. We think we're so good, but it just shows you that our society is so broken at a fundamental level that it's totally unbelievable. It's shocking, honestly, it's shocking. And we're gonna sit here and pretend like we know something, like we're good at it. It's just horrible. And I don't want to have nothing to do with that, and I really want to stand against that. I don't want to represent that shit, and I think it's terrible. And I don't understand how people are gonna think this type of stuff is acceptable. It's a big problem that we gotta fix in this world, because it's not leading us down the right path. I think if you guys pay attention, you can see what's going on. It's not going well. We got real problems to fix, and we don't have time to fuck around on some bullshit. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call it a day. Tomorrow, we're going to do a little live stream inside the Digitally Enhanced Club. Inside the Digitally Enhanced Club, where I'm going to talk about my new book, which is still available for pre-ordering. And this book is designed to teach you everything you need to know to make some money as a professional 3D artist or any kind of creative digital professional, okay? And that's what we're going to talk about in the club, because the school, the Digitally Enhanced Club, is designed only for this type of stuff. For people who understand where the world is going, for people who understand the value of being able to make money from the digital economy so you can have your freedom. Do you guys understand? I think you guys are not aware of how beautiful life is when you don't have to be at a certain workplace. I don't have to show up to work tomorrow. I can just be here at my house, or I can go talk to my mom and dad all the time. I don't need to ask for permission. If I'm sick, I don't need to call nobody. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I can go anywhere I want, whenever I want. Nobody can tell me what to do or what to say. It's a beautiful life. It's an amazing life. All right? It's amazing, and the people around me are prospering because of this type of stuff. And this is what I want to give to the world. And this is what this book was written for. And this is what the Digitally Enhanced Club was created for. So check it out. There's a link in the description. And then we're going to have a live stream tomorrow. And when the next live stream on YouTube is going to be, fuck knows. But follow me on Instagram, because when I finish this work, as well as the other architectural visualization project that I got going on, I'm going to be posting that stuff on Instagram. Let me see if I can even open up my Instagram, Aryan Race. I'm going to show you guys my Instagram account, where if I do travel, which I plan to do soon, you're going to know about it, because I'm going to be documenting it there. This is why I interact with my audience the most. If you want to send me a message, you can send it to me there, or on Aryan 3D over here. Oh, shit, don't dox me. Or on Aryan 3D over here. This is where I'll be posting my artwork, so go check that out. I also got a LinkedIn description. I'm working on a little bit of a LinkedIn profile from time to time, so there's a link for that below as well. But stay in touch, guys. It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Merry Christmas. God bless you. Take care of your families. Remember, the most important thing in life is to have love and to take care of your loved ones. Forget about the fucking video games. Forget about the money. Forget about anything else. Nothing is as important as taking care of the people who you love and having lots of love in your life. And if you don't understand that, I promise you that you're missing something, and you should be working on that. Because once you understand that that's what truly matters in life, you unlock access to a whole new realm that you didn't even know existed. And then you're going to realize all these people that are doing all this crazy shit around you, these fucked up people, the only thing that they're missing in their life is some love. Okay? And if they figured out what I figured out, their life would be beautiful. And I wish that for everybody. God bless you guys. Merry Christmas, and I'll